wanted to talk. Please go ahead.
I
Is it
wanted
Dora?
to I wanted to say the same thing. A mother feeding a child.
But
A
look at
child.
it carefully. Deborah, do you have a child?
Yes, please.
Is that how you breastfeed your child?
No.
So what is strange about this one?
It says the
Ata,
mother is struggling, the child is struggling to get the breast.
the child is struggling to
Get the
get
breast.
the
Yes,
access the breast. Okay.
yes, please.
Any other?
Yeah.
There was a hand up, Atana.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
The the lessons from that statue is that the university is not going to put everything in your mouth. You
Simple.
have to struggle for it.
Yes, we don't breastfeed students. They are adult. We don't spoon feed them.
Okay.
So the learning, as far as university education is concerned, majority of it depends on the student. We don't breastfeed. We don't spoon feed. We want you to be able to look for information, organize it, and lead your own learning, own your own learning. That's the essence of that statute. Is it when we closed last week? I was thinking about some of the things that you were asking me. Oh, we should be UCC, you know us, and then I remember this statute is there, and I said today I'll start on this note. But you see, it's not just about UCC. It is about how we want things to change. We cannot change the way we think. We cannot change the way we teach. We cannot change our society by just repeating the old habits. I'm not saying that um, if something is good, we should discard it. But research have shown that society that are able to solve problems are society that transform. Our education, by and large, we process the knowledge and then we give it to students. The student memorize. So people that are very good at memorizing are the ones that our educational system rewards, that they are the best. Then when they come out and they are thrown into the world of work, they realize that they don't have the basic skills to engineer or to champion any transformation. And that is what every university now is trying to change. Yesterday, I was having a conversation with one of my students that is now in the States learning. And he says the kind of teaching that goes on there is completely different from ours. There, the facilitator or the teacher or the lecturer, that's very, very little. Of course, I concede that the resources there are not the same as the ones that we have here. But we should try to move away from this chew poor pass forget syndrome and try to focus more on us. It's not just about even the students trying to get the information, organize them. With these days with AI, once you give I haven't stopped giving an assignment. Because if you give an assignment, all that they do is to type your question into ChatGTP. And at times they don't even have the maturity to edit it. You will see the dot 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 at the end of every paragraph. They copy everything and send it to you. And that is almost the entire class. So if you go to the world of work and you have a problem, you go and put the problem in ChatGTP and give you a solution, and then you go and implement it. Let's move a bit higher, okay? And it's not just about for us. We should also try and change the way we also. That is what this new curriculum is about. Let's change. Let's make the learning more inquiry-based, learner-centered, so that the learners would acquire skills, not just cognitive knowledge. Are we clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, you don't
Yes,
like what
sir.
I'm saying there?
Yes, sir.
You don't like it there?
We love it.
So we like it.
So today, this is what we look at. We look at when we say essential content area, there are these six themes. You need to understand what we mean by historical focus, then analysis over time, then topical emphasis, then method of inquiry. It should have been E. It should have been I. Method of inquiry. I think by now you know the difference. And then we'll look at historiography, and then we'll look at historical issues and interpretation. These are, let's say, the 6 essential content areas in history. And then as we move along, we try to know why. Please, because it's important, if you don't understand, draw my attention, and then I'll try to explain to the best of my knowledge. But it's a discussion, so follow me. So when we say historical focus, it is basically the main issue that the historian looks at. It is the main issue, right? What are we discussing? And then we say historical focus is very essential when it comes to considering the content of history and direct students to the key themes and concepts that the subject history dwells on in the process of learning. So what are we discussing? Basically is answers the question of historical focus. What are we discussing? What are the issues? That is historical focus. Hello? And hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. You know I don't like a very... Awuni, your hand is up. Awuni. Paul. Okay, let's say probably was an old one. And then I also seen somebody saying that he can't hear me. Is it common with all of you? All of you can hear me. Hello?
No, I can hear. I
I
can
can
hear.
hear you.
Okay.
I can
I
hear
can.
you.
Okay, so that's fine. So when we say historical focus, we want to look at the main issue. What is the main issue that we are discussing? And for us to identify what is the main issue. Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, hello. Rami, I'm listening. Okay. For us to be able to understand what we mean by historical focus, we see history doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens at a particular place, or we say a location, and within a particular context, societal context, right? And the context and then the time has a significant impact on the issue that is being studied. The location, the geographical location is very important. And then the time.
Sir, we can hear you.
Hello?
We can't hear you.
Hello there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. It's now okay.
Okay, so sorry. I was saying that by historical focus, right? We want to find out which specific place that the issue that we are interested in, okay, place, geographical place. And the geographical place could be Ghana. It could be Central region. It could be Cape Coast. It could be Eastern region, OT. And when I'm mentioning these regions, then we know that it is local, something that happened in Ghana. It could also be something that happened in our neighboring countries, Togo, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast. What other country is bordering us? Hello?
Togo.
I mentioned Togo. Burkina Faso. Which one is
Wow.
left? Cote d'Ivoire.
Wow.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Whatever. Togo.
God of Guinea, is it a country?
No.
So, well, when it is around us, we could say the sub-region, right? It could also be in the African continent. It could be Algeria, right? South Africa. Then we know that the place is Africa. It could as well be Asia, it could be Europe, it could be America. Then we know we are talking about international. So it is where you are placed, where the historian is, which makes the focus, historical focus, either local or international. If something happens in America and the historian is in America, it is local. But we in Ghana looking at issues that happen in America, will say international or foreign. Is it clear? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, sir. We can hear you,
So,
sir.
place is important, right? But why do you think we want to know where an issue happened? Right? Why should we know where it happened? Does it affect or can it change the issue in any way? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Hello, sir.
Yes. Why is place important?
So please come again with the question, please.
I'm saying that why is the historian fixated? Why is he concerned with the place where historical incident occurs? The place. Why is it important?
Because of actual evidence.
Because of
Actual evidence.
actual evidence. Can you explain?
There are specific locations where specific events or things happen. So, for example, when you want to talk about the pyramids, it's easy
Yeah.
that you can locate them.
Okay.
You can locate them in Ghana. So there are some facts that can be obtained from specific places.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes, hello.
I also add that one, it serves as a reference to the past, and then it serves as a reference to the past, and at the same time, some of the areas also serve as a tourist areas for the
Okay.
nation. Thank you.
Okay. Last one. Why is place important?
Yeah.
Yes, hello.
Yes, for research purpose.
For research purpose, so that we could verify the information. But
Yeah.
the most important thing, it helps us to contextualize, to relate to what the issue that we are talking about. That is why place is important. If it's place, it sends our attention to a specific location, and that itself gives us a form of delimitation, so that we know that the issue that we are referring to happened, let's say, in that mango. And there are certain characteristics of that mango. So we want to see whether those characteristics apply to the incident that we are referring to or not. Then there, we could tell whether the incident that we say occurred is true or not. And then someone also said reference. Yes, it's important because we can make reference. People can just go and cross-check to find out.
Sir, please,
whether,
I wanted to talk.
Let me just finish and then you can come in.
Okay.
So that we could reference that it happened in this location, and other historians or people who are interested who go and verify that information to see whether it is true or not. Benedicta, I think you can come in now.
Okay. I had wanted to say that place is important in history because it provides context and helps us to understand the events and cultures and society being studied.
Yes, no, that's very true. And thank you for that submission.
You're welcome.
If, let's say, my mother, right, is from the Volta region, and my father is from Cape Coast, and I say that, okay, I am the next in line as far as, let's say, Agotime stool is concerned. Once you mention Volta region, and you are talking about chieftaincy, what's the name? Social relations, right? And we are talking about kinship. And I tell you that my mother is from the Volta, my father is from Cape Coast, but I am eligible for a stool in the Volta region. Right away, you know that the information is false. Why? Why is my information false?
Because the voters they practice the patrilineal.
They are patrilineal. Right. They are patrilineal. So right away we know that that information is false. Right. So place is very, very important. And then we say that, yes, so the central idea is the historical focus. And under that, we look at the historical location. And then that aside, we look at level of study. So the historical location we know. What about level of study? Any idea? What do you mean by the level of study? When I was talking, I was using some generalized concept to try to classify the location. And I said level of study. What in your idea would constitute level of study? Hello? So what level of study are you in now?
Hello, sir.
When we talk about level of study, we are referring to, I think, the level that helps to inquire and interpret the fact of a specific place. Sorry, the culture or the history of a specific place.
Can you be more specific? Sammy?
Yeah.
Can you be more specific? Okay, Linda. Sammy, think about
Hello,
it.
sir.
Yeah,
Hello, sir.
Linda. Yeah, Sam.
Hello, sir.
Sam, go ahead.
The level of study, in my view, we now focuses on we look at the formative time in terms of what the information that we are looking for when it started. Then we get to what do you call, maybe, for example, the Stone Age, the Middle Age, for instance. So the level of study will deal with the chronological events, the time the information you are looking for, the event started, where it got to, and then where we have gotten to as at now that you are conducting the research. So basically, that's the level of the study that we are talking about. That's my
Okay.
view.
Hello, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, Linda.
Please, the level of study, what it does is that it focuses on the group you are
Okay.
going to talk about. Is it a nation? Is it a region? Or is it an individual that you are going to study? That focuses on that.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. There was another hand up. Who is that? I think is it Noah?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
The level of study talks about the coverage or the
Yes.
scope of your incidents.
Okay. So I think Linda and then Noah nailed it right on the head. It's a coverage, right? As I was mentioning, I was saying local, regional, national, right? Sub-region, international. So whatever historical incident or issue that we are studying, first we want to find out what is the central idea. What is it about? Right? Is it about slavery? Is it about kinship relations? Is it about feminism or gender roles? Is it about social harmony and cohesion? Right? What are we discussing? Is it the history of a family, of a town, of a country? Right? That is the central idea. Then we move to where? The place. Right? The place. Where did it take occur? Is it Kumasi? Is it Yende? It is Damango? Is it Daboya? Right? That is place. Then what was the coverage? Was it an isolated incident that involves an individual? Or is it a group of individuals? Are they all in one village? Right? Or a city? So it could be local, it could be national, it could be international. It could as well be intercontinental. So as far as historical focus is concerned, first we want to understand, tease out the central idea. What is the piece of history about? And then we have various themes under history. You want to try to put it under a particular theme. Once we get a central idea, the next important thing is try to pin it to a particular geographical area. And then we want to look at the scale, the coverage. And research will say the scope, right? The scope of the study. Or if you want to delve deeper, we'll say the delimitation. Which people are involved, which people are excluded. Then we'll say we have tackled the issue of historical focus. Is it clear to this point? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now look at this. What is the central idea? Can you see the slide I've just projected?
Yes, sir. We can.
Riot.
Okay.
So the central idea, you can say it is a riot,
Yeah.
right? What else can you say? As I said, it is a riot.
The location is in Ghana, Accra.
We first want to do the idea, the central idea.
I could also
Ground.
It's about a protest.
You can say conflict about the protest.
Yeah,
Demonstration. What else? Try and put it into like a historical theme.
So it's like a group of people protesting about an issue.
I know it's about the group of people. I'm saying that you have done a bit of history to try to contextualize it. It's there, 1948 route.
Okay.
It's Hello?
This talk about something about colonial era.
Yes, colonialism. We can put this, the central theme is about colonialism. Right? Colonialism is there. You could also say independence. You could also say colonial resistance. So that is the central idea. Right? Which place did this take place? What's the geographical location?
Accra.
Ghana. Accra to be
Ghana,
precise.
Ghana,
Ghana.
You can say Accra, you can be right. You can say Ghana, you still be right. Because the route spread to other parts or other regions. So you can say Ghana. Is it a local event or is it an international event?
International.
It's
a local event.
But with any other country, it's an international one.
So to us, we studying this is a local, right? Because we are here in Accra, we are here in Ghana. So this is local to us. It's our local history. So the coverage is local. Right? It started as an isolated incident in Accra, then it spread to the other regions. Right? So it's a local history. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
What about this one?
So the transatlantic slave trade, and this is a continental issue.
Why is it continental?
So because looking at the diagram, it's a slave trade that went on between three continents. That's North America, South America, and then Africa.
Okay. So hello.
Yeah, we can see that it's also international because it involves three countries, involves three continents.
So it moves beyond nations, right? It is international, right? Or some can really say intercontinental, because it involves about 3 continents. But what's the central idea?
So the central idea is the slave trade.
Slave trade.
Slave trade.
So the central idea we all agree is the slave trade.
Yes, sir.
Why did it happen? Where's the place?
Africa.
Europe,
So it took place in Africa, in Europe, and in Americas. Right. So it is intercontinental, international. It involves a lot of nations, right? And it's not just limited to a particular continent or a nation or a village. Are we clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
So we say it encompasses the geographical placement of the historical incident under study. This refers to the part of the world under study. They are saying that several events have occurred, and these events have their distinct settings. At one point in time, the event decided to restrict their study to certain issues of the past. I'm saying we restrict it so that I'll be able to contextualize the history, right? And that helps for the purposes of references. That helps for the purposes of having in-depth knowledge about a historical incident. Linda, your hand is up. Linda Pia.
Yeah, please, it's the old one. Sorry.
Okay. So the issue or event considered by the historian will determine the corresponding location or setting that he or she must be so much concerned with in the process of explaining the past. So there are a wide range of historical occurrences such as the American Revolution, the Declaration of Independence, the transatlantic slave trade, the 1948 disturbances, among others. With the outline, historical events, it can be said that a setting of the American Revolution, obviously, is Eastern North America, North Atlantic Oceans, and West Indies. Also, the independence of Ghana was declared in Accra. By who? By Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Where? At the Independence Square. Now, I tell you that was a rally. The independence properly was done in Parliament House. And then so you can give other examples. So aside the examples I've given, can you give me other examples to make this point for me to understand that you understand this issue? So pick a historical event, tell me the main issue, tell me the place, and also tell me the level of study. Who will start for us? So we understand historical focus very well. Pick any historical issue.
We have the Akatamanso War.
Yes. So what was the historical issue?
The war that happened between the Indians and then the Ashantis.
So what team? You place it under what? What would be the central theme, the central idea?
The central idea would be, I think, tribal war.
Tribal war?
Yeah, war between two tribes.
So, okay, you go ahead. What's the place?
The place is Akatamanso.
And then what's the level of study? Hello?
Yes, sir.
I mean, what's the level of study?
It's between two locals.
So it's local. Okay.
Yeah,
Do we
local.
agree? Do we agree? He says the Akatamanso War, and the central idea, he says, is a tribal war. It took place at Akatamanso, and then he says it's local for level of study. We agree. Hello? Gladys.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Gladys. Or Angel. Angel, do you agree? Or what Sammy just told us?
Yes, sir.
You agree?
Yeah, I agree. It's a local. Yeah, it's local.
It's local. What about the central idea? Is it a tribal war?
Yes, sir. Would say yes. It's a tribal war.
So Hamidu says she does not understand what we mean by level of study. By level of study, we are looking at the scope. The scope. And the scope, we can say either local or international. We can also go regional, national, right? Then, let's say continental, then international. So, which people are involved? How widespread was that issue? If it's local, based on where you are, I am a Ghanaian, so things that happen in Ghana is something that I would consider as local. That's why in our news, we listen to local news and we listen to what? International news. You can't say international news and be reporting about something that happened in Kwabre. because Kwabere is still in Ghana. But anything that happens in a sub-region, in other continents, can be reported under international news. I mean, do you understand now? Hello?
Hello, say.
Hello, sir.
Yes. Is it clear now on the level of study?
So let's analyze the stagnant war and answer all the Yasantua war.
Okay. So you go ahead. You lead.
So the Yasantua war, I know the level of study, the level of study.
No, so let's start. Yasantua, what's the central idea?
So the level of study, that's the Britain, then the okay. The central
What's
idea.
The central idea?
So the central idea is the between the Britain and then the Atlantis.
So how would you classify that as a history student?
That's my conclusion about it. So
Atta, we can't hear you properly.
I'm saying that is why I'm
okay.
Sir, can I come in?
Sir, can I come in, please?
Yes. Who wants to talk? Yes.
Yes,
Sam.
I want to take the UGCC, United Gold Coast Convention.
I'm coming. Hold on. Let's try and finish with the Yasantua war first.
Okay.
And then,
okay.
Then look at other examples.
So with the Yasantua war, the central idea is the resistance of colonial domination. When the
resistance of colonial dominations, colonialism, or you can say Ashanti British War. Usually, the Ashanti British War, colonial resistance of imperial domination, all those things will suffice as a central theme. What's the place? Where did it take place? The location was where? Hello? Oh, where did Yasantua war take place? Hello?
That's a Kumasi.
That's common. So what about level of study?
That's local.
It's local. Activities were here. Right. It's local. So let's pick the last.
Can I give another example? My hand has been absent. My hand has been absent.
He said,
"Can I come in, sir? I have an example."
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sir. My own has to do with Adibo Dale. I don't know whether you've heard of it before. Adibo Dale.
No.
It was a war between the Gombas and the German.
Okay.
At a location called Adibo, within the Yindi municipality.
Okay.
Mr. Sam, please mute yourself. Mr. Sam, please mute yourself. Mr. Sam, mute yourself. Wait.
So I would say the central idea was about resistance from colonial powers, or less in self-defense.
Yeah.
And then the location has to be in Adibo.
Okay.
Then the level of study, it was a local one.
Yes. Okay.
UGCC.
No, I think there's a hand up that I've ignored for some time. Is it
No, can I come? I've not spoken this morning.
Just a minute. I want to find out. There was a hand up. I don't know whether it was
I think it was Clara.
Clara. Hello.
Yes, sir.
No, I think you Clara speak.
So an example is the Asemansu slave trade.
Okay. So
And
what?
essential,
Uh-huh. No, go ahead.
it's, it's about slave trade.
It's about slavery. Uh-huh.
Yes, that's the first. Yeah. And the location is in the central region, Asemansu.
Okay. What's the level of study?
It's local.
Are you sure slavery as a man so is local?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure? Because we had slaves coming all over from the sub-regional.
Okay.
From Nigeria, from Burkina Faso, from Niger.
International.
It's not international. Okay, you can say international because you are looking at other African sub-regions.
Other
But
nations.
it is more like a regional, right?
Okay.
But if you say it is international, you're also right. Because the slaves did not end in Asemanso, right? They were shipped out to the new world. So you can say it is international because it involved a lot of countries and nations and continents. So you'll be right when you say that.
Okay, sir.
It is
Thank you.
international. You're welcome. Mabel.
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
Please, can we use the stadium disaster too as an example?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So you can use stadium disaster.
Okay.
So what will be the central team?
The central team is it's about House of Folk and then Asante Kotok.
So we'll contest, put it on a team and let's see.
It should be under sports.
Say a football match.
Okay. Thank
You
you
can say,
very much.
you can
It's
say,
a football match. Yeah.
Sports.
Yeah, it could be under sports,
Okay.
right? Or rivalry in sports,
All right.
right?
Okay.
Or you can also say hooliganism.
Okay.
Hooliganism in
Okay.
sports, right?
So how about the football match? Would that be correct too?
If we say football match, we will not actually see the aspect that you want to talk about.
Okay.
Right. But if you want us to focus on a disaster, you want to link it so that people would their attention will be drawn to your focus.
Okay.
Right. If it's a football match, it could have been any other football match.
Okay.
Right. But if you say stadium management, let's say rivalry in football, right? Or let's say unhealthy competition in football, then we know you are trying to narrow it down to what happened. Then the place obviously is Accra.
Accra, yeah.
And then the level of study is local because it was between two rivalry local clubs.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Hello, sir. Okay, so I would want to talk about the 9th November 2021 attack on the World Trade Center. So the central idea will be terrorism.
Yes.
And the place, it happened in New York City. Then the level of study, I would say it is intercontinental or international.
Well, why would you say that?
Yes, I would say intercontinental because the World Trade Center is, it's a place where almost all continents merge to engage in trading activities. So it's not only New York City that is involved. Africans were there to display their goods, Asians, Americans, and then the other continent as well.
Okay. You could also argue that the hijackers were not from America. Right. there were other nationals who had planned to attack. You could also use the victims that were involved to tell us that it went beyond one nation and it
One
becomes
nation.
international because we had a lot of other nationals that were involved. Are we clear?
Okay. Okay. Well understood.
Yes. So yes, Gertrude, the level of study is the same as the scope of the study. Are we clear? I think now we understand it, so we can make progress. So we
Sir, I
say
have a question.
yes. Please go ahead.
Please, what history qualifies to be a national history? Because I was thinking the 1948 route should be a national history, but we said it's a local history. So I'm a bit
When
confused.
we say local, it is national.
Okay.
It is national. It happened within our borders, Ghana. That's why I'm saying that it is where the historian is placed, which will determine whether the thing is local or international. But per the last example, it could also be a local incident, but it involves a lot of actors from other continents. So it moves beyond our boundaries, right, to involve other nations. So it could just have happened in Cape Coast, but probably when we are looking at it, becomes international or intercontinental because of the various actors and actresses that are involved. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think we can make progress. So say another important aspect of the concept of historical focus is the level of study. I'm just defining. So it is also known as the scope in history. It is basically looks at the wide range of issues we decide to cover. Let's refer to the breadth and width of coverage. So how widespread, that I keep saying, the thing involves. And then I think we have given enough examples, so I won't go through the examples. So now let's look at analysis over time. Analysis over time. When you hear analysis over time, what comes to mind? Analysis over time. What does it mean? What comes to mind?
Please, sir, can I come in?
Yeah.
We simply want to discuss the actual period a particular thing really occurred.
Okay, so the period in which something occurs. That's good.
Yes.
Any other? Analysis over time.
You explain something in relation
Hello, sir.
with
Hello, sir.
Who was speaking? Dorcas.
It seems
Hello, sir.
analysis.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, analysis over time. I
Michael.
would say it means study how something changes or devolves.
How something changes, how something has evolved. Very good, very good.
Across a period of time.
Later.
Okay. Thank you.
How something has evolved across a period of time. Very, very good. Thank you, Michael. There was someone who was also speaking. Is it Dorcas? Stephen. Okay, hello.
Yeah. To give a detailed
My name is Sally.
of an event.
One at a time.
To give,
let's listen.
To give a
Stephen.
To give a detailed account of an event.
To give a detailed account of an event, analysis over time. He's giving you a detailed account of something over time. Thank you, Stephen. Selena, the floor is yours now. Hello.
Sir, hello. I've already made myself. So I was the first person that spoke.
Okay. Yeah, so
Sir,
who else?
it means that you are explaining something in relation to time.
You're explaining something in relation to time. So that is what we term as analysis over time. And also People will also say chronological analysis is the same. So we are associating a historical event according to a time sequence, right? A time sequence. And we do that.
Anyway, something happened.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Can you say that an error in which something happened? Can you also say that?
It's not necessarily an error, but trying to tell us how an issue has evolved and persisted over time. Right? You are given a history of the thing in time order, in a sequence, or in a sequential order. That's what we mean by analysis over time. Michael.
Hello, sir.
Michael. Yes. Your hand is up. That's why I've called you. Or is an old one?
Sorry, sir. An old one.
Okay. So we say the past is mainly associated with time sequence. In order to ensure accuracy in explanation, what has transpired in the past, the historian then makes use of time as evidence of accuracy in the events they try to explain. Time. So that it brings some kind of order to the historical incidents. You see, if we are talking about, let's say, Ghana's history, there are isolated incidents which, if you don't put it according to how they occurred, right, you might not get their relations. Hello?
Yes, sir.
So,
hello, sir.
We can talk about, let's say, the Aborigines Right Protection Society. What was their goal? Hello?
Hello, sir.
What was the goal of the Aborigines Right Protection Society?
It was to fight for the protection of our lands.
Of our lands. You see, and what about the Fanti Confederation?
So Fanti Confederation, I know it was occurred in 1968. It was a coming together of the 8 Fanti chiefs and other states like Benchira to fight against the British rule.
Okay. Then what about the formation of UGCC?
So the issue was mainly to help bring independence to Ghana, or fight for the independence of.
It was about the same purpose, to fight for independence.
So you see that there are a lot of incidents that occurred, right, which had almost the same purpose, right? But if you try to serialize it, then we can be able to understand how our struggle for independence evolved across time in the various strategies that were adopted and why they worked the way they did and some of the shortcomings that they had till we attained independence. Right. In chronology, you can also talk about our experiment with the governance system, where at times we go democratic, we come dictatorship or military rule, we go back to dictatorship, we come back to a democracy. That is how we have evolved as a country till now, the Fourth Republic, where we have stability. Hello. So, trying to serialize, we bring order to historical events, and then it makes comprehension much easier. I would say that, especially if you are somebody who likes talking with elderly women, it means that you have a lot of patience. Have you observed that?
Yes, sir.
Women that are 65 years, 70 and above. If you're a man and you like conversing with them, it shows that you have a lot of patience. Because some of the things that they say lacks this chronology. So the average man will get easily irritated because a man usually thinks logically. But you see that they are talking about issues that are seemingly unrelated. But in their mind, there is some order. But you don't get the order or the sequence that they are coming. And therefore, conversing with such becomes difficult. So without chronology in history, it is difficult for us to see how the incidents are related and how the incident developed from one stage to the other. Is that clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes,
It's
sir.
clear.
So when we're looking at analysis over time, we are trying to deal with time and the categorization of human activities in relation to time. Basically, that is it. So human activities are viewed from their practical effect on the people living in the past. It is the same as what we term as the horizontal perspective. We want to see how what we are talking about affected those that lived in the past. So the practical event of history on the people in the past, that is why we trace the history. And we say it's the same as what? The horizontal perspective. Once there's a horizontal perspective, then there will definitely be a vertical perspective. Are we clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
So we say, in view of this, analysis over time can be stratified into four main categories. We have time period, we have sequence, we have continuity and change, as well as relationship. So when we are looking at analysis over time, which is the same as the horizontal perspective, which looks at the practical effect of the people that lived in the past, we consider four key areas. We consider time periods, we consider sequence, we consider continuity and change, and then we consider relations. Are we clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we are picking it one by one to explain. Look at what is there and trying to explain what I'm trying to project. Hello?
Hello, sir.
Can you see what I projected?
Yes, please.
Uh-huh. So what do you make of this as a student of history?
It talks about the time period in history.
It talks about time period in history.
When
Okay.
How history is being transformed from town to town.
Yeah, the sequential periods in history.
It's talking about the sequential periods in history. So medieval period is which period? Medieval.
The Dark Ages.
Period.
150.
That's the prehistoric.
That's not the prehistorical. Medieval is not prehistoric.
The Dark Ages, sir.
We have prehistoric. We have the
It's the
classical.
Middle Age.
That is the Middle Age. So medieval is the Middle Age.
Noted.
Right? Where there was a fusion of the church and the state. We refer to as the Middle Ages, where there was complete dominance of the church. Historians refer to as the Dark Ages. The dominance of the church, where the church committed a lot of atrocities, all in the name of God. Refer to them as the Dark Ages. And then when we didn't have writing, refer to those as the prehistoric age. So you see that you can even add to this list, right? So you can talk about the prehistoric age, you can talk about the classical or the ancient world. You can come and talk about the medieval world. You can come and talk about the Renaissance. Renaissance, you can talk about the Baroque period. You can talk about the classical period. Then you can talk about the Romantic period. You can talk about the 20th century, and now we are where? The 21st century. The corresponding time is what is on the left. You can talk about 1150, 1400, 1600, 1750, 1820, 1900s. Then we can also talk about the 2000s. So from 2000 to this, referred to as the 21st century. This is time period chronology in history. Are we clear? So we can trace how human history from the prehistoric era till the 21st century. And there will be key characteristics to look at in every period. Right? When we talk about prehistoric, we are talking about the Stone Age. We are talking about medieval. We are talking about when everything was related to religion or superstition or the unknown. When we talk about Renaissance, we are talking about the birth of knowledge. Right? Baroque was the dominance of the Roman Empire. Right? But then there was also the North African influence on Europe. Then we come to the classical proper. When we are talking about classics, we are talking usually about the Greek and the Roman Empire. Right? Then gradually the Roman Empire lost its power, disintegrated first into about 10, and then later into what we now term as the United Nations, with even Ghana being part of those Lord Empire. Then we come to the 20th century, where there was an advancement in technology, and then in science, and then the information age is what we term as the 21st century. So that's chronology of human history, according to time. Hello? Is it clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can we make progress?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So, we say in history, events have been grouped into different periods in order to make it easier for the historian to understand and explain the past.
So please.
Hello? Okay.
So please, so as time coming, will there be extension?
Yes.
Looking at this diagram being shown.
Yes. We added to the back, we also added to the front. Right? So yes, maybe beyond the 21st century, another classification will come based on how society has evolved at the time. Those that live in the Renaissance period felt that no other generation will come that will supersede. Yes, they thought they had reached the very top. That is why some refer to themselves as the classics. When we say classics, it is the ideal, the most perfect. Right? Beyond classics, you can't get anything. But beyond the classics,
So please, so you said the 20th and then 21st century talks about what, please? You hammer there again, please.
The 20th century talks about technological advancement. In the first century, it's about the information age. Now, knowledge is power, data is power. As we are talking, some people are collecting our data and they sell it to organizations to make money. So your phone, the ads that you often watch, you realize that the moment you put up your phone, those things that you watch will surface. So there was a time that a friend was complaining that always his phone will show pictures of nude girls, and we all started laughing. Because those are the sites that you go. So if those are the sites that you visit, anytime you come online, those are the information that will be advertised to you. If you like football, once you put up your phone, yes, you get adverts on football, Champions League and what have you. But if you visit those sites, that is what you get. And it's data. Hello?
I say.
Yes, so then multinational companies have our data. They know what we use our internet for. They know our interest. So they design products to fit our interest. So that's what we term as now it is an information age. It's no longer, yes, it's technology, but it's about data. And data is everything. You want somebody to invest in your country, he says, what are the data? What is data saying? You want him to establish a port. What is your cargo volume? Once you don't have data, forget it, you won't get the money. Because he needs the data to analyze to see whether the venture that he wants to go into is profitable or not. That's what we term as at the 21st century. It is the information age. So beyond this, it's possible that there will be other now we can even say it is AI, right? Because it's also evolving. It's a gray area that we are now exploring. Some are saying that we'll get to a time that we'll not even need medical doctors. They'll be useless. Because once you put in your symptoms, right, it will diagnose and give you medication. You might not even need a pharmacist because AI can do that. Some has that, and we will not even need drivers because now we have driverless cars. Cars that are not driven by human beings. So another age might come. Hello?
Hi, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so we use the periods for explanation, right? I would say time periods in history is concerned with the conceptual period an event occurred with distinct characteristics, and those are the characteristics that we talked about. So the segmentation of time into periods have certain similar characteristics. The one we say dark ages, now you know the characteristics. It was a religion. Everything was explained with religion. And when you are actually a student of history, you realize that Ghana and Africa, we are far behind. Because in this day and age, we explain everything with superstition and religion. You go elsewhere and you go and prophesy that somebody will die. And that person dies. The police will come after you. They will put you in cell, interrogate you for months. If you come out from the cell, when God speaks to you, you shut up. But here, now, in Rwanda, if you do not have a first degree in religion, you cannot be a pastor. So every age has some characteristics. So we have the Dark Ages, you have the Medieval Age, you have the period of Enlightenment, which is the same as the Renaissance. Right, we have, as we saw in the charts, the Baroque, the Romanticism, the 20th century, the 21st century. We can even now say the AI era. So that is for time periods. Now, sequence. When we say sequence, it's simply the order, the pattern in which something occurs. Are you with me? So it is a systematic manner in which an event occurs. So, for instance, the socio-political events that occurred prior to the attainment of independence can be presented in a chronological order so that the events may be well understood. What are we talking about? We were under colonial rule, even though we had pockets of resistance, local, engineered by our chiefs, our women, and other citizens, right? But most historians point to the fact that it was after World War II that we realized that, no, these people must go. Then we realized that the myth around the white man was broken after World War II. When Ghanaians fought alongside Europeans and realized that they didn't have any superior power over the black man. When they came back and they shared their stories among the citizenry, right, the myth around the white man was broken. So the resistance became more fierce, more frequent, until we had the 48 route. The 48 route was a wake-up call for the Europeans because they have assessed us and seen that we were timid people that are not reactionary. Right? So it surprised them that these people that they thought they have well groomed us would involve in this social misbehavior or social upheaval. So they set up committees and they try to do things to appease us, right? Try to liberalize the market, try to give us some form of tertiary education, right? All in a way to make us a bit comfortable so that we will loosen our grip, our desire for self-governance, right? Until we felt enough was enough. And then people started forming political parties. They went for elections and they realized that now it was time for us to go. And with Nkrumah coming back and organizing his boycotts, using the trade unions and the unionized groups, they felt that it was time to leave. So you see, I have tried to put our development into some order, into some time sequence. But when they were happening, they would not take into consideration this order or sequence. But it is one thing that will lead to another, until eventually we have our independence. So that is what we mean by time order. Any question? Hello?
Hi.
Any question?
Yes, Doc.
Okay.
Doc, talking about the sequence, I want to find out that looking at the number of years that the white man continued to, let me just say, they continue to rule us, or they continue to have certain perception about us? Was it documented in probably in their archive? Because you can see that generation went on, and the new generation too, they were coming, they were doing what their forefathers did to us. Was this something which was being programmed for them to follow, or it was just a coincidence that they also thought that, oh, our forefathers, they did this to Africa, so we have to continue? Thank you.
The white man always has permanent interest. They have a permanent interest. They didn't come here to colonize. When they came here first, they marveled at our development, at our ingenuity, at our strength. All those were documented. So when they were coming, they had anthropologists, they had medical doctors, they had people that were surveying our lands, taking notes, and reporting back to their rulers. Then they strategized. How can they take advantage of these people that they are relating with? So if we read some books, it talks about even Kumasi having story buildings and flashable toilets, even when Europe didn't have some. They talk about our hygiene, that they marveled that the village, they will collect all the rubbish in the village, dump them at the outskirts of the town, and it was burnt on a daily basis, early morning before people go out. So our towns were clean. They documented that we didn't have poor people among us because every child learned a trade or a skill. So we didn't have, let's say, streetism, people lying on the street that they don't have. No. If your father is a farmer, you are trained to farm. If he's a hunter, you are trained to hunt. Right? So this is a calculated plan for their race to survive. And personally, I don't blame them. How many years have we talked about National Development Plan in Ghana? We have a whole institution that's supposed to plan Ghana. But we do politics with it. That institutions should transcend political parties, should transcend administrations. Our very best brains should be in that institutions, planning for this country the next 5 years, the next 10 years, the next 20 years, the next 50 years, the next 100 years. That is what the West are doing. They have a plan and they are following it. You go to every chief's palace, and when they want to find you, they say, bring snap. They sat there and planned. It was not always that we were pouring libations with millet and palm oil. That was what we were using to pour libation. Palm oil and millet. They looked at the way everything we pray. When we gather, we pray. When we're coming to eat, we pray. And they did something like they bid an auction among themselves. Which company would be able to take advantage of this, our drink market that we have here? And that company that Schnapp won. So they first brought the schnapps as gift, gave it to our elders. They liked it, they enjoyed it. Then I started selling. And then gradually now, anything that is customary, they say bring Schnapp. The Schnapp is not produced in Ghana. When the National House of Chiefs were confronted with this evidence, they tried to change. So now some of them, they are now taking Kasapreko instead of Schnapp. So they have a plan that they are following. And it's for their survival. And I've said that I don't begrudge them. There is an American dream. There is an European dream. Where is an African dream? Where's the Ghanaian dream? Do you get the point I'm making?
Yes, Doc.
There should be
So,
a
Doc,
plan.
would we have been better if these Europeans never discovered us?
It is something that is debatable. It is debatable because it didn't happen. Some said that yes, we would have developed at our own pace and would have been better off. We would have had institutions that are relevant to our society than having this artificial imposition on us, which has kicked us off our balance. Others also point to, we'll look at the benefits: formal education, foreign medicine, right? Some institutions that were alien to us, and say, okay, looking at those things, they realize that probably we were better off with they coming than if they had not come at all. But it will always be a contested issue. The point is that, what are we doing now? The average Ghanaian doesn't plan beyond a month. Before your salary comes, it is finished. Now,
Hello, sir.
Very true.
Hello, sir.
Michael, let me finish. It is finished. So every month it is finished. You will say it is meager. But we know that people survive on less the amount that we receive at the end of the month. It's about planning. This is how much I earn a month. I know that I will not be this active and this strong throughout my entire life. The dark ages, the dark days will definitely come. What am I doing now to prepare for those days? Definitely, I'll get married. I will have children. Right? What am I doing to secure the future of my family? We don't plan. We say, on God. And so, anybody that sits to plan will take advantage of us. Upon Kuma says that in politics, it is either you are being used or you are using somebody. If you look around and you don't find a person that is being used, then it is you that is being used. Yes, Michael.
Thank you very much. Sir, I will thank you for saying that question a learned friend asked.
Yeah.
That question is very debatable about the arrival of the white to Ghana or Africa.
Yeah.
In my own perspective, I would say where they have taken Ghana to or Africa to, if we should have got good leaders by now, I hope we are far, 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 far better. So I will conclude that the coming of the Europeans help Africa, help Ghana. But because when they left, we don't plan, as you said. We didn't strategize, as you said. And later, or above all, we did not get good leaders to plan for us. Thank you.
Okay. As for that debate, I will not go into it. So let's move on. Yes, I've seen some of the one that is Abu Nidia. All those things that we use to console ourselves. You see, life is about planning. It's about planning. How much you earn does not actually at times even matter. It's about planning. In every salary that you receive, there is a seed, which if you invest properly, at times when we say this, so says if even you save 5 cedis or 10 cedis every month, By the end of the year, how much would you have? If you save 10 cedis at the end of every month, huh? How much would you have? But most of us, at the end of the year, we don't have anything. So if December salary delays, we are in trouble. But if we plan, you can really realize that, okay, what I am earning, right? What I'm earning is not enough. So I need a second job. Your relatives in Europe and America, they don't do one job. Also, you have mobile phone in your area. Having somebody to do Momo for you is difficult. And you say, even if it's 2 cedis, 3 cedis on every transaction, you are building some reserves. You know how to plait hair. You are a teacher. Yes, you plait your friend's hair for free. Turn it into a business. You have a freezer. Put 1 bag of sachet water in it and sell in your house when you are home to get extra money. Michael, last one, and then we'll move on. Michael. Oh, it's old. Is it an old?
Okay. Old one.
So that is with sequence. Now we said the essence is to determine the cause and effect of change in historical incident. If you are able to serialize or like events, we see the changes that has come over time. So this leadership issue that Michael talked about, we can look at our leadership before the pre-colonial era. We can look at our leadership, the local leadership in the colonial era, and then you can look at our leadership in the post-colonial era, and the dynamics will be different. How our chiefs ruled before the coming of the Europeans, how they ruled under colonial rule, and how they are ruling now. You see things that have continued and then things that have changed. And you see the cause and effect of colonialism on our leadership ability as a people. And that's an interesting thing that somebody can look into. And it helps us also put together multiple events in sequence. And then ultimately understand the beginnings of things when you're able to serialize it. You see that the thing that you are confronted with, it didn't happen today. What about change, continuity and change? Hello?
Hi.
What about continuity and change? Continuity and change. You see, if we are able to serialize, put things in a time order, we'll see how things have continued and then how things have changed. If you pick something like our kinship, as I was saying, before the colonial era rule, our chiefs had absolute power. So they could banish people from the society. They could decree and things were done. Right? I was reading about a queen mother in Ghana who said she wanted a house made from flowers. And then they were forced to build one for her. And then there was this old man that told the son, because the woman also decreed that all the old people in the community were a nuisance, so they should be put to death. And one family kept their grandfather. So when she gave this useless decree that they should build a house made of flowers, and this chap reported to the grandfather that this is what the queen mother says we should do. The old man asked the boy to go and ask the queen mother that he should show them an example so that they can build for her. The queen mother thought about it and realized that no, this young boy cannot think and give me such a response. Probably there's an elderly person who gave him this idea. She probed, and yes, there was an elderly person. And then she changed her mentality about the old age. So they had power, absolute power. Their word was law. They also abused their citizens, or their let's say, their people. There was corruption. Those days, I don't glorify the past because it's the past. We say it's that they abused the system. It was out of the abuse that people find refuge in the colonial authority. And then gradually the colonial authority became the trusted hand for the people. So at times, if there's a demand for something, you can't stop it. If people go and adjudicate cases in our court and they don't find justice, where do they go? In our court. The Anas in the Japan case, where did they end?
National Criminal Court.
And you see that the findings changed drastically from our court there to outside. Yes, so
sir.
at times it is our doing. So once we're able to serialize the thing, we're able to tell when there is a point that I haven't talked about, we call it that turning point, the midpoint, turning point, where things changed. So if you look at the picture, our cars, or what we use to ferry people for a load from one point to another, was manual until the engine was manufactured, and then it became it was automized. Right now we had engines that propelled speed and also ensured efficiency. So the invention of the engine becomes the turning point, which saw the change from our manual cars. By manual, I'm not talking about, let's say, the cars with the manual engine. No, I'm talking about being powered by animals, being powered by human beings.
Manpower.
Manpower, yes, that's the term I want to use. The manpower to now being fully automated. Right. So when we serialize them, it changes. Marriages. Our marriages have changed. Right. What we now term as our marriage is somebody's foreign culture. In our culture properly, right? Marriage then in medieval Europe was also a social thing. It didn't involve individuals like now it does in the West. It was a family thing. So on the eve when you are supposed to consummate your marriage, all your kinsmen will gather around your bed and observe your performance for the day to attest whether your wife was a virgin or not.
Hey,
Zane. So when we read that.
Ọmụ njina abọntị ọmụ shedem hobi.
But everybody want to see whether actually you are the one that is consummating the marriage. That is why in our laws now, if you marry a woman and you're unable to consummate the marriage, the marriage is null and void. Do you know that? Hello?
Sir, please come again.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Wasumi your de proud of the wasumi your de.
It's true.
Who worry oba? Now one and that. I worry no ambaso. It can be cancelled because you have to consummate it. That is where it's coming from. The culture that is coming from. Right? In our part, marriage was a family affair. It was seen as a bonding of two families. And it had its advantages and disadvantages. But over time, we threw away ours. We belittled it. Now we term it as engagement. So you go and marry on Saturday, on Friday, and then on Saturday, you cancel the marriage and do another form of marriage on Saturday. Meanwhile, if it's marriage you want, the one that you did on Friday is as equally valid as the one that you did on Saturday. Hello?
Hi.
So our marriage
Hi,
changed. Now we now term ours as customary marriage. And the one that the ladies prefer is what they term as the ordinance marriage. There's nothing like church marriage. It is called ordinance marriage. In ordinance marriage, they say one man, one wife. And then if you want to divorce that one, you go through hell before you are granting a divorce. If you go and then marry under ordinance, now what in Sakwa, it still stands because it was the same power, which is the court, that joined you, and has to be the court that would dissolve the marriage. Inti ufa uyere bag na ututuna bontia ungwa wareno. She is still your wife. If the woman too is strong and you also sack the man, the marriage is still valid. I was watching. I hear there's now a Supreme Court ruling that says that if you marry, it is not automatic that the woman gets 50%. I was happy. Hello.
Hi.
Because individuals have the right to acquire property on their own. So your husband can acquire property on his own. So if you are there calculating your husband's property, and once you think that he has had enough, you start playing the fool in the house, and then you go to court that you want the marriage annulled. Your husband is able to prove that he acquired the property alone, and then probably he also shows how he has settled you. He can save his business. So it's not automatic that you get 50%. Ladies, do you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir. We are clear ourselves now.
We are working.
Na musumunje japade. Na mungu. Na yes yemfa. Why?
You wear the bema
Mude mu wa mbeja munkwala.
Yes, you're the mom.
Life is not fair.
Sir, if you are a good father to the kids, it will go to you. But then if you were playing hide and seek, that is where a bias. We will leave it for our kids. If you're a good husband, you have your share there.
Which one is your share? You do, but you do will it to your children.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hello, Maya.
Sir, what I want to ask is, my little knowledge about a law here is, I hope the law does not permit the ladies for them or for men not for us to have a share of what they have.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, the law permit them for them to have a share in whatever or whatsoever the ban has. It's the same thing as we also men, we also have a share in law. But at times, we men, we do take things for granted. When it happens like this, that, oh, and yefe, mummy castle, or bad the ajapade, who could be it on Becase, when you break. But the moment a man dies, you see your wife claiming the possession of the items. So there are some laws that are governing the ladies, but we men at times we don't follow it, and they have taken it that it is not a law. It is like if right now I want to divorce my wife. Right now, if I want to divorce my wife, and if I do not follow the proper channel, my wife can take me to Doshi or even court. But if my wife wants to divorce me, instead of me to also take legal action against her, I will say, oh, mabu, so the ladies or the woman they have taken and said, how the there is no law that can seize their items. And they have taken that one as a flimsy excuse.
Oh, yes, I agree that the laws were not made only for the ladies, right? It's for a spouse. So the spouse, what he says is that properties that are jointly acquired, if it is an ordinance marriage, which is one man, one wife, then the property will be shared equally. But even that one now, they say that they will look at the contributions of each, determine how they share the property. Yes, there is a case, I'm aware of a case where a man has sued a wife for not taking good care of him because he has also lost his job. The wife is working.
Madam Harriet, please mute. Madam Harriet,
yeah.
Harriet, please, we are listening to doctor. Please mute.
Harriet Sam. Yes, Harriet Sam. Okay, thank you. So there is Frank Abanko. Please mute for us. Okay. So yes, there are laws for that protects both male and female. And I'm saying I'm aware of a man that also sued the wife. That the wife also not taking good care of him because he has lost his job. And the wife is fully engaged, but have decided not to help him in terms of feeding. So yes, it's both ways. But naturally, in our setting, we are socialized to protect the woman, right? That is how come the laws are there, but even activating them at times becomes a challenge because there is a stigma to it that a man's responsibility is look for property and then take care of the children. And then this man, you are a man and you are fighting over your wife's property. So society has stigmatized it. And that is how come they tend to be a bit abusive or they tend to be overly protective. So the point you are making is that it has changed. So now this is the contemporary marriages, right? Contemporary marriage, you do not need your father, you don't need your mother. And the ordinance, you don't need your father or your mother, you only need a witness. And once you are two people matured of a sound mind, you can go up to a court registry or registrar of marriage at the assemblies. And then the banns will be published after 40 days or 41 days. You can be married. So this is about continuity and change. I don't want to, once you understand the concept, I won't bore you with a lot of examples. Now we talk about relationship. Because we are serializing it, it becomes easier to establish relationship between the various incidents and to see how they relate to each other. And for this example, usually I use the Ghana Must Go experience, where we expelled Nigerians from Ghana, and subsequently Nigerians also expelled Ghanaians from Nigeria. We said that the Nigerians or the foreigners that were in Ghana were the mastermind behind all the social vices that were going on in Ghana, and therefore they must go. And Buzia passed the Aliens Compliance Act. Nigeria also retaliated in kind because there are also other nationals there. We had our nationals there in their numbers, particularly teachers, and they were also expelled. That is where the bag that we use, Ghana Must Go, what its name. When they were coming, they came with a lot of those bags. Some came with Omo, others with ghetto blasters. And the unfortunate ones, they came empty-handed. So there's a relations. Are you clear? You're able to establish a relations. Quite recently, US placed a restriction on the number of years that Ghanaians can stay in their country. Right? They said, what, 5 months or 3 months? After that, they wanted to deport other, what they tell us, immigrants from their country to Ghana. We say, no way. Now they softened their grounds. And now we are back to our 5 years, and they are bringing us returnees. Some say it is a good bargain. I say no. Everybody has some nationality. If you want to deport them, take them to their own country. Don't come and dump them here. But here has become a transit point for other Africans. You come here, and then we'll find a way of transporting you back to your country. That's about relationship. Any question to this point? Hello?
Hi, Doctor.
Hi.
Any question? On analysis over time, we look at chronology, we look at change and continuity, we look at relationship. Hello? It's clear?
Hi, sir.
Yeah.
Is it clear?
Yes, please.
Now let's
Yes,
look at
sir.
topical emphasis. We say topical emphasis. So topical emphasis is also the same as what we term as the vertical perspective of history. Analysis over time is the horizontal perspective of history. Topical emphasis is the vertical perspective of history. So human activities are looked at from the practical effect on the people that are living in the present. So that this time around, it's not the past. Analysis over time look at the practical effect of history on the people that lived in the past. Topical emphasis look at the practical effect of the people that are living in the present. Are we clear? So if we take an issue like World War II, we are not interested in how many lives that were lost. We are not interested in how many countries were involved. What we are interested in is how has the world changed after World War II? And what are some of these changes? Women empowerment. Because we realize that women were the greatest casualties in terms of war, women and children. So we advocate for child rights. There was the institution of United Nations to make sure that issues are discussed on the table, not on the battlefield. So if it's colonialism, we are looking at how it has affected us today. And I keep saying that we have not sat down as a country or as a people to reflect on the impact of colonialism on us. All of us have been affected in one way or the other. Our preferences, our dreams, our aspirations in life are affected by colonialism. When people are graduating, most of you will come to UCC with hair attachments. It should tell you that you are not confident in yourselves. So without some synthetic hair on your head, you think you are not beautiful. Hello?
Hi.
Tell them.
Hi.
Tell them.
Hi, hi.
Huh?
It's
Oh,
not
that's
like that.
something. But it's like what?
It's like that, sir.
It's
Madam,
not
madam,
like
accept
that.
it. Madam, accept it. That is the truth. Accept it.
If you don't paint your face to look like a
Hello,
corpse.
sir.
Yeah, hello?
The whole thing is that because we are saying that when time changes, you also have to change your way. Yeah, I was saying that we are putting the context where we say that when time changes, you also have to put yourself into the change. Allow the change to pass through you, whilst you also pass through the change. So nowadays, it has become fashionable. The synthetic hair is what is on. So if you fail to put some on, then you are branded as being colloquial. But you have to fit into times. Modern time, contemporary women put on the synthetic wigs. So you also have to put yourself into it, and then you'll be classified or you'll be recognized as being modernized or being in the contemporary times. So that is the reason why we put on these things. Some of us, we don't even believe in them, but because we will be branded or because society will term us being colloquial, we equally have to fit into the change that is moving on.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you, my dear.
So that we don't sit back or we will not be branded or we will not be.
You see, this is colonial mentality, colonial thinking. Yeah. It is a backward thinking. Why should society see you as, let's say, anti-modern if you choose to come with your own natural hair? Why should you paint your face with pigment that you know as an educated person is affecting your skin? Some of you would go and shave off your eyebrows. And it's something that you do on a daily basis. Your eyebrow is something like a buffer, a stop point for sweat so that I don't get into your eyes. So over time, it will have its health effect on you. Have you seen Chinese woman wearing African hair before? So every other race is okay with how they are, with a few modernization, but not the African. Do you know that when they also come here, they admire our braids? But when they do it, by the time they wake up in the morning, it is off because their hair is silky. Right? It is colonial mentality. It's not just about the women, it's all of us. There are some guys that the moment they make money, they want a fair woman. The moment they make money. When managing with the black and for some time, you Because Obako Kowuniska you can't maintain. Because Obi happy. Those are colonial mentalities. In my class in the university, I brought ladies out at random. I intentionally selected ladies in spectacles and then those without. And I asked them, which of these ladies do you think is very intelligent? They are supposed to write it down. Almost majority of the class chose the lady in spectacles. And I asked them, why is she in spectacles? They said, oh, she has eye problem. Either she's short-sighted or long-sighted. That's But pick the person that is intelligent and you're picking the one that is short-sighted or long-sighted. But you see, in primary school, if you find a child in spectacles, it means that he's from a well-to-do home. Because if you are from a poor home and you have eye problem, how would they be treated? Hello?
Yes, sir.
How would they will put breast milk in your eyes. Tell you,
and even they will go for at times they even go for local concoction. And
yes, to actually worsen your case. But if you find that class 1, class 2, she's in spectacles and she's from a well-to-do home. And if they are from well-to-do home, they give them extra tuition. And therefore they are the girls that speak English. They are the girls that we choose as our class prefect. So that mentality will carry from primary school right to the university. Our sense of beauty is shaped by the mass media. We deceive ourselves. We want a lot of guys say, I want a girl with a flat ass. Whatever. Yeah, baby, follow. Guys, am I talking?
Yeah, you are talking.
That is
You are
our
on point.
preference.
Yes, you are just on point.
Yeah, baby, fool.
You have spoken well.
Right? But you see, our mentality, even in academia, if they advertise a conference and we see that the guest speaker is coming from Harvard or Yale, you go there and the whole place is full. Why? Because we think that he's coming to give us some superior knowledge, which we don't have. But if the name there is Dr. Holman, nobody will come. That way, we here. And yeah, you see here, I've been on call. Then I have a catcher. Meanwhile, my experience in the university is such that most of the foreign speakers, at times, they don't come and share any superior knowledge. They actually come and waste our time. But you find that the auditoriums will be full. These are the effects that colonialism has on us. Right? If much attention has been given to enlightening women, educating them, and giving them an equal platform to take up major roles in society. And it's true, because after World War II, the male population reduced. And therefore, females had to fill in the gap. It's like EAS. Majority of you, your directors are females, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Do you know why? In the 80s,
No,
the males will run to Nigeria. They will run to Nigeria to get better pay. So when they came back, majority of them were not taken back into GS. And the women that stayed educated themselves and occupied strategic positions. And once women are there, it motivates other women, right, to also try to develop themselves and occupy those places. And so now we have a lot of women occupying sensitive position in GS. And again, too, because in the training colleges, usually the females are more. So in the military, when they started doing something like this, and then they were saying, the women should also go and do courses that will make them leaders. And I was laughing. I was telling my wife that if the women start occupying positions, the men will start running away. Because honestly, as I said, the woman is never a weaker vessel. The pain that the woman can take, a man will die. Try and cut a man's, let's say, stomach, but the woman will go and lie there and will have cesarean 1, 2, 3 times, and she'll still be working. If a man is sick, it's as if he's dying. But the woman can be very sick and still be cooking, be washing, and moving around. Small thing from Pabo Bema Mutum, the Bema Yemre. He doesn't want to do anything because he has a ball in his armpit. Go and ask your wife. Those enjoyment that you enjoy at night, the pain that she has to endure. But she suffers in silence because society has told her to take it cool. Anambwa.
Sir, thanks very much for the
Yes, sir.
acknowledgement. Thank you.
This one there, yes,
Thank
sir.
thank you.
Morning.
Oh, coming now. Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
topical
Kanina.
emphasis. We are looking at the effect on the present. And that is what we just talked about. So we said there are some of the issues that go beyond the topical emphasis. And one of the key content areas in history. Topical emphasis explain the past by examining the change that have occurred in recent time as a result of certain historical events. That is why Lord Ashton says that the pride of history is the understanding of modern times. So the focus of studying history is to understand today, not the past. And you can only understand today when you know the past, when you know the genesis of issues, you'll be able to proper contextualize things that are happening today. Without that knowledge, it will be difficult for you to appreciate some of the developments that are happening today. Hello? So Lord Ashton says that the pride of history is the understanding of modern time. So you also look at aspect of life. I think we have talked about this. Then we have political history. Obviously, it is history that has some political relations. So anything that is associated with constitutions, with human development, we term them as political history. And we have examples of those things. I want us to take some 10-minute break, and then when we come, we'll continue. Or you want us to continue?
No, let's go for the
Let's
10
continue,
minutes.
sir.
Let's go for some 10 minutes break.
Yes.
Yes,
And
sir.
then when we come, we'll continue. So it is like, what's the time now?
9:08.
9:08. So we'll come back at 9:20. Let's make 9:20. Okay. Okay.
Okay, please.
So
Okay.
we'll come back shortly.
Test mic 1 2. Test mic 1 2. Please, are we on break? Hello.
Please, I can't hear anything. No.
Please, we are on break. We are resuming at 9:20.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, I think it is time. Shall we start?
Let's wait for the others. They are yet to join.
Colleague, some of us cannot hear any sound again. Is it from our side or is a general problem? Because the time we're told is 9:20, it's not 9:27.
I don't.
The lecture
I could hear
is
from you,
on.
but it seems
Yeah,
the lecturer is not in.
on.
He's not in yet.
Yeah.
And you know he's the host.
Okay, thank you very much.
Osman, your video is on.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And Mohammed too.
Mohammed, you are half naked.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
You see why at times I don't want to go for break. We have reduced from 120 to 90. So welcome back. Just a minute. Oh. So we were still on the topical emphasis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Okay. So for the topical emphasis, it looks at an aspect of life at a time. An aspect. Because we want to trace it across time, we look at an aspect of life at a time. And when we say an aspect of life, what it means is that it looks at, let's say, the economic history, the political history, intellectual history. Narrow. It looks at from a narrow point of view so that it could trace how the thing has developed across time so that we can find how it has influenced or shaped the current dispensation. So if we want to take an example like, let's say, Ghana's political history, we had Ghana's political system pre-independence or pre-colonial era. We have Ghana's political architecture during the colonial era, and Ghana's political architecture post-colonial era. A lot of the institutions and changes that exist today existed because of their previous antecedent. What I'm saying is that how we govern ourselves politically in the pre-colonial or the colonial times has influenced the way we govern ourselves now. What political system do we practice in Ghana?
Democracy.
Democracy. What type of democracy do we practice? What type?
Democracy. Constitutional.
It's constitutional democracy. But what I want is that, is it a Westminster parliamentary system or
parliamentary system? We are practicing presidential system.
Are you sure it's a presidential system?
It's parliamentary system.
Are you sure?
Parliamentary.
Okay. Yeah, it's a blend. It's a blend of the two.
Oh, the
Parliamentary system.
Those that think is parliamentary system. Christiana, please explain why you say it's a parliamentary system. If we say parliamentary system, then it means that it's aligned with the Westminster system. Hello?
We are practicing presidential system.
Hello, sir.
One person takes it and explain.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
I'm coming. Since it's politics, I want to hear the women. You see whether they understand what is going on here.
Okay. Thank you.
My ladies, talk to me.
Hello, sir.
Is it presidential or parliamentary? Oh, there's a lady that used to be vocal, and now I maintain a voice. I'm going to make now.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hello.
I was saying it's a parliamentary system. Even though I come with a different perspective, but let me try and share my idea on the parliamentary system as they are voting for it.
Okay.
You see, presumably,
Please, if you're not talking, mute yourself. That we could hear the others.
Ghana is practicing the system where parliament seem to have a fair share in this ruling of the nation. Most of the time, the things that had to be issued out will have to pass through a system in parliament where the various institutions in parliament will deliberate over it and then make their submissions, and then after which they will also come together and then the speaker will sit over it, and all these things will have to put some sort of involvement in the parliamentary system. Even though there is another perception or there is another angle to the situation where the executive, which is being headed by the president, also seem to have some sort of control over certain things in the system. But it had to go hand in hand with that of the decisions of the parliament before anything can be ruled in or will be accepted, and then it will be issued out as a system with which we are practicing. I think this is my perception. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other view?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Yeah, hello.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
As I want to hear the woman first.
Okay, okay.
As I hold the horses, let me hear the woman. Yes, Emma, what? Oh, there's a woman. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, it's a parliamentary system because we have an executive who is executive president who is both head of state and head of government. And they are being elected through a universal suffrage for a maximum term of 2 terms. That is 8 years. And members of parliament are also elected for a term. So that is why we are operating a parliamentary system of government, which is also the same as the unicameral parliament system.
Okay. Thank you. Your name is what?
Modify Menefa.
Okay. Menefa, thank you. Any other? What about those who say it's presidential? Oh, Clara.
Hello, sir.
Clara, let's hear you.
Yes,
I want to listen to the ladies.
Sir, please, I'm here.
Clara, let's hear your view. Presidential or parliamentary?
Presidential.
Ibrahim, are you a lady? Clara.
Yes, sir.
I'm listening.
Sir, we practice presidential democracy because the president is both the head of state and the head of government. Oh, and we have separation of powers too. That's the executive, legislature, and the judiciary. So I think
it is presidential.
Yes, it's presidential.
Okay. Now let's listen to the guys.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
It is presidential.
Yeah,
it is presidential.
I will say it is parliamentary. Just because really we know president president is the head of executive.
Mm-hmm.
And the main function of the head of executive is formulation of policies. And within that period, that president exercise the prerogative of mercy or the veto power.
Mm-hmm.
But I will go for parliamentary because parliamentary also can pass vote of no confidence against the president. We shouldn't forget about that one.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go to that of executive. They cannot decide for the vote of no confidence. Right now, let's go to parliament. We could see that the ruling party, they have the majority MPs in parliament right now. But because of politics, they will never vote no of confidence against the president acting now. But if they will to do so, that means executive is going to collapse.
Okay. Christiana, your hand is up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There is that for the gentleman.
Yeah, it's Christian.
It's Christian, man. Okay,
Yes.
Christian, let's hear you.
Yes, it's a fusion of both parliamentary and presidential. The parliamentary, if you look at the Westminster system, then you have all ministers being in parliament. Then probably the party with the majority in power elects a prime minister who is also a member of parliament. But if you look at our Ghanaian system, we have ministers also being in parliament, but at the same time also members of the executive as well. So that is why our system is more of a fusion of both the Westminster system and the presidential system of democracy.
Okay. Let's listen to Michael. Michael has spoken.
Osman.
Who? Osman.
Victor.
I'm coming. Let's listen to Shani.
Okay, sir. That's Dawda Shani, sir.
Okay.
Ghana, our beloved country, we are practicing the presidential system of government. You see our president being the head of state and head of government at the same time. So he performed both ceremonial and executive roles as president. Thank you.
Oh, Grace, it was you I was looking for. Today I haven't heard from you, Grace. Grace, I think Debo, yes. It was you I was looking for.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Sir, I think we are practicing both parliamentary and presidential in the sense that before president can do something, he has to send it to parliament for parliament to approve it before he will be able to do that thing. Hence, without parliament, president cannot do anything. The executive cannot do anything solely without parliament approving it. So with this perception, I think that we are practicing both the two. They work hand in hand.
Okay. Last one, Victor Odum.
Yeah, please. I think it's presidential system. Because the president is the head of state and the head of government, which simply means that he is the head of a government business. The Speaker of Parliament is not the head of government business.
Okay.
So I think
I think the ones that said that is a hybrid system, they have it. Ours is a hybrid, a fusion between the parliamentary system and the presidential system. As rightly explained by one of the speakers, the parliamentary system, it is the party that forms the majority, that has a majority in parliament that forms the government. Realize that in our system, a party can have majority in parliament, but may fail to gain 51. Right? So it is not a parliamentary system. Likewise, it is not a straightjacket parliamentary system where everything is dependent upon the executive.
Presidential.
And I was saying this because initially our colonial masters were British.
Water.
So
I don't want the one in freezer.
during the Nkrumah era, we're practicing the parliamentary system. That is why Nkrumah became the prime minister.
I want water in the fridge.
Hey, who is that? Go and take your water, please. Don't disturb us. So we started off with the parliamentary system. And then when he got to the turn of Buzia, where his own party shut down his budget, then we thought of changing. So when we were drawing the 1992 Constitution, we did a fusion of both features of the presidential system as well as the parliamentary system, with the hope that we would be able to imbibe what is good in both systems into what we have now. So some say that what we have now is the best, others says we are confused. What is clear is that, and it has been established by almost every well-meaning Ghanaian, is that our kinds of government place so much authority or power into the president, which we think is wrong or is not the best for this country. And therefore, I'm hoping that the current constitutional review will try to take some of the powers away from the president so that there will be true separation of powers and balance and checks and balances in our governance system. Because the parliament is supposed to check the executive is supposed to check parliament. But where the executive wields too much power, becomes difficult for parliament to exercise its oversight responsibility. Worse, so is the case where about 50% of the ministers have to come from parliament. So if you are the same people who are controlling the purse and are supposed to make sure that the purse is used judicially, it becomes difficult. So what we are practicing is a hybrid. And it was coming from our colonial past. So we started with the Westminster system or the parliamentary system. We saw challenges with it. We tried to go the presidential way and realized that no, let's have a blend of both. So ours is a unique system. It is not akin to the UK, and it's also not the same as the US presidential system. It's a hybrid.
Hey.
Yes, madam.
So is the hybrid the combination of the two, both the parliamentary and presidential?
Yes, that's what we've chosen.
Okay, please. Thank you.
As a hybrid of the two. That's what we are practicing. But the point that led us here is that, you see, before you could understand it, you have to know what happened, to know why we opted for this hybrid system. And it's as a result of our political history. So as our political history, there is also economic history, social history, and what have you. And when we say political history, you know what that is. When we say social history, you should know what that is. You say economic history, you should know what that is. So why topical emphasis? We say topical emphasis in history help history to embark on detailed study of past since they restrict themselves to an aspect. Is if you are looking at the political, the social, the economic, it become too many, too cumbersome to follow through time. So we pick one and we'll trace it across time to see how it has shaped our today. They are able to study those aspects very well and provide adequate knowledge on specific aspects they intend to study. It is detailed, it is narrow, and therefore will give you some detailed information. And so in addition, the main thrust of the topical emphasis in history is to appreciate the various changes that have taken place in the political and the social and all aspects of human life. So that is what we term as topical emphasis or the vertical perspective. The opposite is analysis over time, which is the same as the horizontal perspective. The horizontal perspective look at the practical effects of history on the past, whereas the topical emphasis look at the practical effect of history on the people living in the present. Is it well understood to this point? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Is it clear?
Yes,
Now,
sir, it's clear.
let's move on. Now, I said that in the introduction. What do you see in the picture that I've just shared with you?
The historical method of inquiry.
Historical method of inquiry. It is the way the historian finds out knowledge or information. It is similar to the scientific form of knowledge generation, but has slight variation. For starters, when we say scientific inquiry, what does it mean?
Making
Hello,
inquiries
sir.
based on science.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, I'm listening.
An inquiry.
Based on science.
An inquiry based on science.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Any other? It's good, but it can be better.
Hello. It's making inquiries using a scientific process or a scientific procedure.
Okay, making inquiry following scientific procedure. Last one.
Is a way of using systematic approaches to find out solutions to a problem or make inquiries.
What you see, what you see, systematic is a systematic way of looking for information following laid down procedure. That's what we term as a scientific method. Once you know the scientific method, what is the historical method? So we say historical method of inquiry deals with the step-by-step ways to the same as the sequential or systematic way the historian
Usman, please move to yourself, Usman.
To explain the past. Hello? Are you with me?
Hello, sir. Yes, sir.
We want to study the systematic way the historians adopt to study the past. And we said it involves investigation into human activity through the use of time-tested procedures and standards. So there are ways of going about creating or reviewing knowledge of the past, and we want to follow methods that have been used, which have been found to be beneficial. That's what we mean by time-tested procedures and standards. So the past is not studied arbitrary, but certain verifiable guidelines are followed. And what are these guidelines? For the historical method, there is collection of evidence. There is a verification of evidence. There is application of imagination. There is assessment of probability. And there is the use of interdisciplinary contributions. Hello?
Hi.
So collection of evidence, verification of evidence, application of imagination, assessment of probability, the use of interdisciplinary contributions. This is what we term as the historical methods. In the scientific methods, there is identification of problem, identification of problem, development of instruments, collection of data, data analysis, data interpretation, then publication of scientific knowledge, and then there's a sharing, or you could also say the sharing of information with the scientific community. That is the scientific method. Hello? I'm repeating.
Hi.
With the scientific method, there is identification of problem, which is the first. There is a development of instruments, which is the second. There's a collection of data, which is the third. The fourth is the analysis of data. The fifth, we are talking about interpretation of the data. And the sixth is the sharing of the knowledge gain with the scientific community. Is it clear? Hello?
Hi.
So what's the difference between the historical method and then the scientific method? First, let's look at the similarities. What are some of the steps that are similar between the scientific method and then the historical method? I want to see whether you are listening. Mary.
In
Udo.
historical,
Okay.
both the similarity I think is that both of them collect facts. They collect facts, and they both of them also verify the facts that they have collected.
Okay. So Vada is saying that both collect facts and verify the information that is collected. Both the scientific method and then the historical method are based on facts and the verification of facts. What else?
I will also say they follow the systematic way of collecting data, both the scientific and the historical method.
Okay. Any other similarities that is observed? These are the questions that I asked you in exam, so, and there are the questions I'm asking you now. Hello.
Doc, there is also this assessment. So both of them, they also assess the outcome of their work.
They'll say they both have assessment of their work, verification of their works. Okay. I don't know. That's
So I also add.
Go ahead,
both are centered on evidence based.
Okay. Geraldina Asamoah, can you hear me now? Geraldina Asamoah, can you hear me now? But largely you can hear me, right? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay. So what are the differences? Felicia.
One difference. Okay.
So go ahead. Go ahead.
I think one difference is that the historical facts are based on past events.
Mm-hmm.
And
the scientific, I'm listening. Go ahead. Don't mind me. Go ahead.
I'm getting confused more.
Okay, think about it and come again.
Hello.
Okay.
Let me help.
Let's listen to John.
Okay.
John.
Yeah. With the scientific method, they use observation and experimentation.
Yes.
Anytime data is being collected. But when you come to the scientific, they use the past event.
So it was 100% till you added the latter part. So the scientific method strives on experimentations and observation.
Observation, yeah.
Right.
Yes,
While
sir.
the historical method usually thrives on relics and interviews.
Thank you.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please come
What
again
else?
for me. Please.
Can you also
The
add
scientific
that?
method. Yeah. Grace, what we are saying is that the scientific method dwells much on experimentations and direct observation. So science is about observations, is about experimentation. History does not lend itself to direct personal observation, right? So it relies mostly on historical relics and then interviews or indirect observations. Is it clear?
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
What else?
Sir, can I also add that the scientific method is future oriented, but the historical method is past oriented?
Because history deals with the past, you can say that, but it's not a strong point because you can go into the history if our focus is on the topical emphasis, our focus is on the present and not necessarily the past. But look at the steps that I've just shared with you as far as the historical method is concerned. What is there that is not in the scientific method?
The application of imagination.
Application of imagination. Well done, Sammy. We were class and mama 20 cities. We are virtual in Tepala.
Momo it.
Say yani momo.
Momo.
And
Momo.
Same for Momo to message session.
As the application of imagination. That's fantastic. So you see, in science, we don't give room for imagination. That's why we say direct personal observation. But with history, we can't do that. And we say that the knowledge or the information that we get, the facts, are always fragmented. There are some pieces that we cannot find. And so then we try to imagine, or we say we use academic guesses. Given A and B, probably it was used for C or D. We might be wrong, we might be right. But because of the limitation, at times we have to use our imagination. It's like a white man coming across a Chihuahua hair mask. Do you know the Chihuahua mask before? It's used by those in Mali. They usually will wear it and will perform with it during their opening of their farming seasons. If he sees that mask, he will see it as a sculptural piece. But anybody who has some knowledge about history will know that it wasn't just the mask. The mask came with a costume. And the costume had a performance, an entire assemblage. That is drummers, singers, that play the drum and dance to evoke the Chihuahua spirit into the wearer of the costume to herald the beginning of an agricultural year. But if you don't have that background knowledge, you will not know what the mask is used for. Do you understand it? Hello?
Yeah.
It is like you chancing on gold nuggets. Most of you will just toss it somewhere. You will know that it is money. But somebody that stayed at a Galamsey area The moment he sees gold, you'll be able to identify. So there are limitations, and therefore the historian often relies on imaginations. Assessment of probability here is the likelihood of something being true or not, right? So there's some room, but in science, we say experimentation. It is either A or B, right? So when we say collection of evidence, this collection of evidence. This is Pink Gate in India. All the buildings in that province has the same color, right? They have kept their, let's say, antique touch to their buildings. It's like, have you been to Legon before? Legon, the Legon campus.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Yes. You see that they have kept the clay tiles roofing, and most of their windows are still wooden. Even the contemporary ones that come up. It gives the place some antique touch. It's for aesthetic purposes. When you enter that place, you know that it is an old institution of learning. So I would teach them and say, Legon is a museum. Your administration has a court tonight.
Hey, say.
Hey.
Now demonstration campus near a 2 baby after. Okay. I want you for back.
Hey, the premier university.
Okay. Hey, what about a new administration block on that? UCC.
Oh, UCC.
F rough.
Yes, sir.
F rough.
University of choice.
University of choice. University of competitive choice.
University of constant confusion.
Oh, they be
University
of
constant confusion.
University of
College for the Casa.
University of competitive choice. Now, some colleges that are under some of these mushroom universities. You saw the lot of questions that they brought to you with mistakes all over. You won't find that in UCC questions. Standard.
Application.
Question that one home. Teacher na said and yeah, friends say people teacher. Others
quite teacher bia.
Then you find teacher bia, go teacher bia no can you be called Debbie.
You should be for the
campus. Oh, now the campus has transformed though. When you come, just take a tour of the place. The place is nice. New structures springing up, new lecture theaters, the Center for Teacher Professional Development. It is close to Pakumondo. Nice edifice. That is why you have to tell most of your students to come so that we can enhance the ambience and quality of education in Ghana. But evidence, we are on evidence collection. It's a painstaking activity that the historian relies on important sources, right, to write about history. And these sources, it could be petitions, articles, minutes of meetings, letters, oral accounts, historical relics, films, tools, monuments, portraits, etc. These are the material that the historians gathers to form the basis for the reconstruction of history. Is that clear? So these evidence, we can group them into primary source and secondary sources. That one we'll talk about that later on. Now we have verification of the source. Can you see the picture that I'm seeing? I projected.
Yes,
yeah, please.
We don't take anything on the face value. We need to cross-check and double-check the evidence, because at times people can fake the evidence, right? So we verify. from multiple sources before you arrive at a conclusion. So this is the stage where the historian verifies the truth or the accuracy of the evidence. The truth or accuracy of the evidence must be tested to either confirm or disprove a source. The accuracy of evidence is confirmed by combining objectivity and skepticism. You don't take anything because it came from your pastor, or it came from your teacher, or it came from your head. You say, I dance in tea, and now, so for mouse, you can't you wait, and you did the because if the matter is contested between you and the priest, society will vouch for the priest against you. Those of you who are active in church, a pastor gives you 5,000 to go and buy something. You take the money when you go there, and then you count the money, and it is 4,800. When you come back and tell me the thing is 4,800 instead of the 5,000, would you believe? You will not believe because he gave you 5,000. If the thing goes to the church board, between you and the pastor, who would the church say has stolen the money? It is you.
You.
Into your mouth, kana the name wana no wabetri. Or say abano answer with tonight. And yes, sir, a so we verify. Every information is verified. The message can be coming from the 2-4, but I have to verify because some of the information that he at times speaks are not factually correct. So we verify. Is that clear? That's why we say objectivity and skepticism. In the process of verifying to further question the truth of any source of evidence. Therefore, the historian is not expected to accept anything on the face of it. Thus, he or she must be critical and vigilant in his or her observations. A historian is expected to suppress his or her personal feelings or affiliations, such as religious denomination, age, or environment, which might influence his or her judgment. So you need to be thorough in your assessment of the evidence and convince yourself that the conclusions that you are drawing are valid based on the evidence that are available to you. Any question? Hello?
Hello.
Any question? Is there any question?
No, sir.
Okay. Now here we come. Application of imagination. We say it deals with the use of imagination to get evidence to reconstruct the past. This involves the creative imagination of evidence to obtain and apply common sense and thinking deeply about evidence that others have examined and deduced as fresh conclusions. So it's not always that you have all the facts, right? At times, you will have to use your own imaginations to try and recreate how things were in times of old. I recently took a group of students to the Cape Coast Castle. And whilst we were taking on a tour, one student asked a question. Why is it that the local Cape Coast Township did not revolt against the Europeans since they outnumbered them? Why do you think we didn't revolt? We didn't try to attack them.
I think they were getting some benefit from them.
We were benefiting from the trade. It wasn't one way. What else? They have a higher firepower. Whilst we were going there with bows and arrows and sticks, they had rifles.
Some of them were even friends to them.
They were friends. They were beneficiaries.
They were close friends. Let me just put it that way.
They their children outside to go and stay.
And then they again had a connection with the chiefs. They condone and connect with some of the chiefs.
They, like the Galamsey that is going on, some of them were benefiting large. Right? So they saw people suffering. They saw people being mistreated. But the benefit that were coming to them was enough for them to keep quiet. Right? And some of our own beliefs. This is how Kwaso now Shabuni then. Sam Kofi. I mean, I know. So if the white man is telling you lie down, you lie down. Because it's like God that is telling you to lie down. So these things, I don't know for a fact, but I'm only imagining. Is it clear? Per some of the axioms that we have. So the past is unobservable in nature, and the past is far from the reach of the historian. Therefore, there is a need for the historian to apply his or her imaginations in explaining the past very well. If you come to your house and you find a man's shoe in front of your doorpost, and you know very well that the shoe is not yours, and you put your leg against that shoe, and let's say the shoe size is like 1.5 foot. 1.5 foot. What will be your conclusion?
The person in the room is a kid or a child.
1.5 foot. Do you know 1 feet? 1 feet is 30 centimeters. Means that the person is like, he's a giant. His leg, the foot alone is like 45 centimeters. Measure your feet and see if it is 45.
Size 50. Size 50.
Measure your own feet and see if it measures that. It means that it's a giant, it's a thick, tall person.
You would think that that's Goliath in your room.
So if this man is befriending your wife, do you think you enter the room with that confidence?
I will run.
Because chances are that he'll beat you. Right? But it is not everybody that has that huge stature that is strong. But his mere size would intimidate you. Hello?
Hi.
So it is imagination. Imagination. It's just imagination.
Friends, Obano, the man, Cronfa.
I'm found.
Into that is why history is subjective.
Yes.
Doc, one card your demo.
What's it?
One card giant near demo.
Oh, giants, maybe I know a soft no more vampire. I'm a vampire. Oh, vampire, I'm out. Oh, the assessment of probability. Assessment of probability. It will either go right or left. When Butua over you don't understand that one, eh? We say how death cries what? A cockroach. A cockroach dies. It either dies on its back or on its belly. Into a mutua over there. So at times we have to use a bit of probability. Even in science, there is a margin of error between 0 to 0.5 margin of error. So in historical method, there is same. Then by probability, it means the likelihood that event is true or false. The verification and the imaginative interpretation must be accompanied by probability outlook of a true scientist. So if they are in a room, it doesn't mean automatic they are doing the bad thing. It could be that they are praying. It could also
Or
be
they
that
are they are measuring each other height.
no problem. So there's a probability. So the essence of probability in history is to discount erroneous content and authenticate the evidence of the past. So you give room for verification, right? And once new evidence comes, we change our position to the new evidence. And I think I've cited examples of that in the past for us. Now we talk about interdisciplinary contributions. That is looking at how other disciplines, knowledge from other disciplines, complement our knowledge in history. So historians usually will work with anthropologists, with archaeologists, with sociologists to explain historical phenomenon, because we need some of their expertise to be able to understand history properly. And all these things that we talked about is under either the topical perspective or the analysis over time. Is it clear? Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Now, let's move on to what we term as historiography.
Hello.
Historiography.
Hello.
You can't see the slide.
Yes.
Let me see. Is there? Is it
It
visible
is
now?
there. Yes, they should
Yes,
push
sir.
it.
It's there.
Historiography. What do you think is historiography? Look at the image that I've shown. What is historiography?
So I think it's the study of the systematic study of the systematic study of assumptions.
It's a study of assumptions. Okay. Hello.
It's the study of how history has been written.
It's a study of how history. How we write history. And then that is historiography. Historiography. So it is the manner historians write and understand some of the biases associated with their writings. When you study how it has been written, you can separate the facts from the person's interpretations. You can reassess the evidence and then critique some of the assumptions or conclusions that the historian arrived at, and identify some of the biases that the historian that influence some of the decisions of the historian. You see, when I was comparing the campuses, University of Ghana and UCC, you see the way I was biased towards UCC. That is where
yes, sir.
I get my Nuku feel. Right? So I'm interested in promoting UCC. But most importantly, because I know it's the best. Now, the best university in Ghana is UCC, based on empirical evidence. They have been the #1 university for some time now, and we have not been defeated. Legon is past glory. If somebody is here and is from Legon or is affiliated to Legon, do you think you will like what I'm saying? Your training college is supervised by UCC. Would you like what I'm saying?
No. Not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all. But if you go in there and you realize that I lecture at UCC, you would understand why I'm talking the way I'm talking. Do you understand what I'm saying? Those are my biases. Historians do same. It's not everything a historian writes that is true. You look at some of the Dubois his writing, and you can pinpoint some of his biases. So the study of that is what we term as historiography. His style. What are the topics that he likes writing about? Obviously, he's trying to talk about the Akan world. Why does he like the Akan world so much? Because that is where he has operated over. He's an Akan.
Yes, Akan and MPP.
Right. Read Michael Quay and his writing. The stolen verdict. Nankongade. Onga said they lost. He was a stolen verdict.
Sure.
The person is a founding member of the NPP. He's a political historian. So if he's writing, you'll be biased towards his party. Right? So knowledge on the concept of historiography sharpens your writing skills of students, engage mastery in the act of writing. It is something that I wish you would have done more, where we critique primary documents. It helps you to be critical and thorough in your writing, as well as in your thinking. But once you start teaching like that, students will not like you. When they say they should assess the lecturer, hey, now, why are the students rating you low? Because you are pushing them into an aspect of learning that they are not comfortable with. And your questions in what is this? Who was this? Who said that? 2020. History, my idea. The application, but that is the way to develop our thinking. So the term historiography, we say, originated in the 16th century through medieval Latin. The concept comes from two Greek words, historia, history, and graphia, which is writing. So history writing. It refers to the systematic study of the assumptions upon which history has been written. And we always have to make assumptions. In other words, it refers to the study of the writing of history and of written history, as well as the factors that influence how it was written. There should be something that would promote or that will prompt you to go and research into something. And that thing that is prompting you would direct the kinds of evidence that you select and may influence either knowingly or unknowingly about the interpretations that at times you put to it. Hello? So if I think that the last presidential election that we had, the MPP lost because it had lost touch with the citizenry. Would it affect the kind of people that I talk to? I want feedback.
No.
It will not affect the kind of people that I want to talk to. I'm
Yes.
saying that the party lost because it had lost touch with the citizens. Will it affect the kind of people that I talk to?
No.
Yes or no?
No, sir. No,
Yes.
because
Why?
this one is general. It's a general and obvious. Everyone knows it.
If I talk to MBP people, do you think that majority of them would admit this?
No.
They will not
Then
admit
it
it.
they will not agree.
So I have to talk to people that are floating voters. I have to talk to people that are not necessarily overly partisan. Yes, I have to talk to the stakeholders in the party, but my views should come from people that are not necessarily partisan. In any case, at times, if you want to see the party that will win the next elections, you know which people you have to ask them. Primary school children.
The floating voters.
Not floating voters. Primary school children.
So how?
They will reflect the views and sentiments of their parents.
Okay. Some of the comments they hear in the house.
They make in the house.
Sure, okay.
And they are not aligned to any political party. They don't understand what is happening very well. But if you talk to them, they will tell you some of the things that they hear their parents say. So majority of them will tell you what a lot of people say in their homes. Because the child is not aware of the consequence of what he's telling you. And at times, listening to them, you know the direction of the nation. Particularly, you also have to take time into consideration because the mood and the sentiments of people changes with time. If it's too close to an election, you can tell you which party will win. Right, so these are, so we say according to the Oxford Dictionary, historiography is defined as a study of history itself or the history of history. Why? Because we want to see how the whole thing is orchestrated or written. So we say that on a more literal plane, however, it focuses on the representation of history in verbal images and written discourses. So it is not just about what is in your head or what you feel. It has to be documented, written down. And if we study it, we'll be able to know how you went about the writing and what influenced some of the decisions that you made in your writings. In our dailies, at times the biasness is scary. The same event, how Crusading Guide reported, is far, far different from how Daily Graphic will do it. Inclusive graphic is what? Insight. Inclusive practice insight, right? Hello?
Yes, please. Inclusive practice insight.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So, by just knowing about the ownership of the media house, you can use that to judge the content that emanates from their media houses or their media outlets. So it can also it then becomes the science that studies the concepts and productions of historical interpretation of human civilization. It's a science because it follows some laid down procedure. I would say it also concerns itself with providing a critical analysis of historical writing describing a particular civilization empire, or society. Dominant power structure, political ideology, personal biases, cultural trends, social norms, steering narratives, consequentially making historical accounts, lie at the mercy of the one who is writing it. When I was talking about inheritance during a divorce, right away you could sense my biasness, that I think that we have structured it to favor women, right? But is that the case? Hello?
Hi.
Is that the case? I misquoted the favor women.
No.
No.
Now,
You're talking fact, but those
then I will feel. Pray you kundia, TV kundia, Impa kundia, and then ukune high.
It's never true. Yeah, it's never true. It's never
Now I
true.
say, wo de en chance in a ufie hono. En chance in a ewodia.
That is never true.
Nowadays,
Nowadays,
it doesn't
we
favor you,
are so
you
buying
say
the government.
it's a bias.
Then a ewodia.
Ebi
Mattress
ampa na me na me toy mpa ne ne dia ba mattress ne ye media.
Into by for mattress akono nso afa impedia.
Aye.
But you see, the dominant assumption is that usually the males are more economically empowered than the females. So if we say we should split 50-50, it favors more of the females than the males. Right? In the same way, when it comes to custody of a child, especially if it is a child, so it's under 18, we say it should go to the mother. And when we say it should go to the mother, we think it's fair. Mami Mbwana, send it fair. Hello?
Yes, because you have time for them more than the male would do.
And then they will say yes. But don't you know that in some homes, it is the man that will bathe the children, feed them.
Yeah.
And take them to
It's
school.
because the lady is doing something different too at that moment.
I know the lady is doing something different. Huh? The man is not doing something different.
How many men? When you take out of 100, maybe 2% will be doing what you are saying. The rest, they will not do it.
Madam, it depends. Now it depends on where you are coming from.
Oh no, the same thing.
Where I'm coming from, there is nothing like gender rules. Your sister will be sitting there, your father will tell you, go and grind pepper for him to eat his kinky. And you don't say that.
They will say yes. I don't dispute the fact. But when they get married, things changes. That is how it is. They will not do it again. Now the brother who when he wasn't married, when you enter the room, you will not see everything is in order. The way he does his things, but when he got married, he left everything for the wife to be doing. So sometimes I look at him and you've changed a lot. So that is how it is.
Madam, you're also not in your brother's household. You park, your wife will come and scatter. You park, she come and scatter. So you leave her to park herself so that she can scatter.
It's true.
You park, she scatters. You park, you scatter. You get to a time, you get fed up.
It doesn't pass, yeah.
So you see that our gender is showing our biases.
The men rather scatter things.
It is not every man.
No.
It is not every man. My office mate, anytime the wife will wash the dishes, you come and wash it the second time. His mentality is that women don't know how to wash dishes. There will always be some grease either at the handle or at the ring or somewhere. And it became an issue because the wife felt insulted. But ordinarily, you say that it's the woman that do dishes properly, right? Hello? So these things are our biases. that we study, right? And we will never agree. Like,
Doc, please, on the issue of the scattering, most of the time it is when the kiddies start to come in.
Simple.
But if there are no kids and you guys are there, the scattering will not come. So that is it.
Me penti fie pa me feel so them high effect but na the pencil I create ABCD what done. I love daddy on the wall.
Aha, say ya woman enya wo yere e woman no.
Emma ni bi nso yes ah.
Ba penyim no otro dan ho.
Otro dan ho. Eba won so dey.
Otro dan ho ba eniama bi wo ho a.
The brands they be saying your friends and do be chill baby. Odi agora ko ade abeto hall.
Eno ye pese ye ma hu sa ye dada nti no boa ene ento fofo.
Yeah, Sam. Na unye adwuma. Huh? So those are
please, on the issue of biases, I want to ask that you being a lecturer of history, looking at how Kwame Nkrumah is being hailed all over Africa in terms of his books that he wrote, can you say that was there any part of the books that he wrote that there is this issue of biases? Because looking at how most of the African countries still believe in his ideology and the kind of words that he wrote in most of his books. Thank you.
Okay. Nkrumah was a scholar. He was a scholar, and I don't see any of our leaders that I can compare with. Because apart from him, there is no other leader, head of state, who has written extensively like he did. No. So he had time.
I think Nkrumah made Izima language, his hometown language, become a national language or a written language. Initially, in Izima, the language wasn't written or it wasn't formally in school, studying in school, but Nkrumah made it. So I can say for that part, he was biased there.
No, but if there is Tree, there is Fanti, there is Gan, there is Ebe, and he had Enzima. What is wrong with it? Now we only have 16 that is written. Majority of them we don't write. Right? But yes, there are some of his policies that you can say that they were and he would try to rationalize. Like the what's the name? This there's another term is gone, where you are imprisoned for your own safety.
Is it a preventive detention act?
Yes.
Preventive Detention Act.
He tried to rationalize in his writings. Right? There's no justification for that. Yes, he was under attack. Yes, he was being oppressed. But there were better ways of dealing with that. Right? So, and then you see, with time, we have grown to now appreciate his vision. Me, I say that he came ahead of his time. The people there, I mean, they were so myopic in their thinking that it will be difficult to appreciate the kinds of vision that he had for this country. It is just like you, a parent, wanting the best for your child, and your child wants to be a shoeshine boy, or she wants to engage in, let's say, galamsey, because when he goes there, he gets some 100 Ghana cedis a day. But you, the adult or the parent, knows the harmful effects of the hazardous environment that he's exposed to and the implication on his health going forward. But the child will only concentrate on the money. So to me, that was he came ahead of his time. Even today, some of his ideas, our leaders don't have a fraction of his level of thinking and visionary leadership. No. So which other head of state has written even 2 books or even 1 book? Jerry Rollins, after his so many years, didn't even write. He couldn't even finish his memoir till his death. And Jacob Kufuor hasn't written. Dr. Buzia did not write.
Mahama, my first coup d'etat.
Yes, he has written one. Right. But you see, Nkrumah not only talking about Ghana, but a plan for Africa. That's why we say he is the man of the millennium. Right. He's the man of the millennium. He came ahead of his time. And that is how come probably we didn't appreciate his level of thinking. It was unfortunate, but it has happened. But instead of us to even still get his books to our schools, even when you go to his hometown, the mausoleum, you will not find most of his books. There are copies, few copies that you find there. So that is what I can say about that. So we see people's attempts to consolidate power, their political ideologies, their personal biases, all in how they write. So what is the work of a historian? Historiographers. You see, they work to place history within the context of its time and accommodate the social and cultural norms of the time within the wider historical discourse. So they tried to write about a particular issue, and then they tried to use the circumstances of the time to explain or to justify their actions and inactions. So their work then takes upon a more critical and philosophical approach to written history, analyzing existing record, situating it within the social, political, and economic framework of its time. And we have history of historiographical writing that states that the purpose of historiography is to characterize the intellectual background of each major period of human advance in Western civilization, shows how the historical literature of such periods have been related to its present cultures, pointing out the dominant traits of the historical writings in such era, indicating the advance and contributions of major historical writers. So you can do a historiography on a number of historical writers, identifying their biasness as well as their strengths. So you can look at the Dibwahin, you can look at Kofi Awono, right? And the Dibwahin will tell you that the Akan or the Ashanti Empire extended to even Burkina Faso and beyond. Kofi Awono will tell you that the areas were never colonized, right? And Ashantis also didn't colonize part of the north, even though they were in some form of alliance. But if you see the people's background, you understand the conflicting accounts that they give. It's just like asking NDC and MPP about the state of the now outgone Chief Justice, the former Chief Justice. The MPP will still say that she is still the Chief Justice because the case is in court. The NDC will say that she is the former Chief Justice because the president has the power to fire, and to appoint and to fire, and she has been fired. She went to the Supreme Court and she has lost, and therefore she's a goner. And you cannot reconcile these two. You can only point to their political biasness as far as the issue is concerned. Are we clear?
Yes,
hello?
Sir. Yes, sir.
And
so please, Doc, can I say historiography? They test the literature of existing history, or do they test the literature, or
you test the person's writing? You are assessing somebody's writing, right? So you compare his writing, what he's saying, to that of his contemporaries. You look at his style, his choice of topics. That's what we are coming to. What does he like to write about, and why does he like writing about these issues? What is it in his life that has forced him to concentrate on this issue? Does he consider all the evidence that were available at the time, or he left out some? Does his background, his education influence how he perceives things? And how we perceive things is largely shaped by our social world, where we find ourselves in. Rarely would you find somebody whose perspective in life is what is beyond his immediate environment. Usually those are geniuses, people with great achievements that is far beyond that of their generations. But averagely, we are a product of our social environment. Hello? Because it defines who we are. So we say the initial interpretation of a historian, before we even go into the details, right? A historian says he's a Marxist. When a historian says he's a Marxist, what does it mean? Hello?
It means he's a believer of Karl Marx.
He's a believer
He
of
holds to the
Marx.
ideas and principles of Karl Marx.
Yes, largely he sees everything as cash economics. Right? It's a bit far-fetched. When we say somebody is a socialist, a historian is socialist, what does it mean? Oh.
So for that historian, he believes that the state should own all the property and the state should take care of the citizens.
The citizens. So the opposite is what? The opposite of socialist is what? It's a capitalist. Who believes that a private individual should take lead in the development of a nation. So it would influence the kinds of topic that he will look at and the kinds of interpretations that he will put to the evidence that he is getting. And I would say the historian would apply the methods of inquiry in history, whilst other historians will adapt some scientific method. The historian may decide to leave out some of the approaches that others may find them as very relevant in explaining the past. Others' issues has to do with the type of conclusions the historian will draw. Right? So on the issue of, let's say, Nkrumah, depending on which political ideology that you may have, you either see him as a hero or a villain. Is it clear? Hey, who is in church and listening to us? Hello?
Hello, Doc.
Hi, Doc.
So that is with historiography. And then you can look at the importance of historiography. And then you can look at the differences between history and historiography. And then the last is issues of interpretation of history. History is subjective. And because it's subjective, the interpretations are often conflicting. Right? So when we say colonialism, a white man's interpretation of it will be different from that of a black man. And whether it helps society or not also will differ based on where a person is coming from and the importance that will attach to a topic. So some topics are controversial, and then historians will never agree on such issues. Reformation. When we say reformation, what do you understand by reformation? Hello? Oh, we are almost done. What do you understand by reformation? Reformation. What do you know about reformation?
No, to correct something.
Yes, to correct something. So reformation in Christendom was when the ordinary person had access to the Bible. And then they realized that a lot of the things that they were practicing were alien to the Bible. And so they started to challenge the existing status quo. So we had the John Hawks, the John Wesleys, the Martin Luthers, and the likes. If you are a Protestant, that's what you believe in. Hello?
Hi,
if you are a Catholic, you don't believe in Reformation. You see Reformation as apostasy. That is where people rebelled against the church. So whether you see it as Reformation or as apostasy depends on where you stand as far as the religious divide is concerned. And we have only two denominations. You are either you are a Catholic or you are a Protestant, as far as Christendom is concerned. A lot of people don't know where they stand. Anambwa. Hello.
Very true,
So
Doc.
if you are not a Catholic, then you are a Protestant.
Some of us are both.
You are a Catholic and a Protestant. And you see it. And then others also don't know. Him, anything goes. Any church that is closer to him, he attends. Because to them, the name of God is mentioned.
And the Bible is being used there.
Yes, they attend.
Mm-hmm.
So that is about interpretation. Letitia, your hand is up. Letitia. Or is an old one?
Yes, there's an old one.
Okay. So these are the essential content areas in history. Any question? Hello?
All right.
Any question? Okay. So what I have said is that let's try and meet next week where it's supposed to be practicals. And then we'll try and do, if you can do 2 of the unit. We are left with history as a science and I think historical sourcing. We'll try and do 2. If we do 2, there won't be any need for any further class. So that the following week, you do your quiz. As I said, the quiz will be unit 1 to 3. And then you will do your end of semester. If I set the questions, I will engage you. And then you will do your quiz 2. And then that will be all for this course. If there are no other questions, we can bring the class to a close. And then,
Doc.
yes.
Hello, Doc. Yeah,
Hello.
Doc, so on the exams, yes, I want to find out that why is it that the institution are stressing us that way? Because writing quiz, writing end of sem before quiz. Why is it that they didn't structure the timetable for us to write the quiz 1 and 2? Then lastly, we can write our end of sem, then we are good to go. It sounds a little bit stressful.
I know. I cannot speak much to that arrangement. But all I know is that, you see, we say that we want to do a blended approach.
Okay.
So the quiz 1 usually is face to face. You come and write in person. And then the end of semester is the same thing. And then for the quiz 2, you try to do online. Right. So it takes some time for them to convert the questions into an online format. Probably that's why they push it.
Okay, so the quiz one, it is in shading form, right? OBJ.
The quiz one will be objectives. You circle the most appropriate answer.
Okay.
20
then the
objectives.
quiz two, you will do it on our devices.
Yes, online at the comfort of your home.
Okay. God bless you.
Yes, boss.
Please, on the same quiz one issue, they said online, but when we check on the timetable, they said the venue is the study center. So is it that we are going to the study center and use our phone to do it, or like you just said, in our homes?
Okay, I would ask the.
Please, sir, during the orientation, they told us that the quiz one is online, but we will do it at the study center.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we will go with our devices to the study center and do the quiz one, but it's online.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
You.
Any other issue?
Doug, please. Mine is a request.
Okay.
My mom is an Nzema, and the last time you made mention of a certain Kaku King.
Yes.
Yeah. So can you direct me to any site or where I can read more about that man?
What's your name? NS. Just send me hi, and then I can send the material to you.
Thank you, Doug. God bless you.
God bless you too.
Yeah, Doc, mine has to do with the recorded audio.
Okay.
How can we access it?
Usually, I think they put it on YouTube.
It's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube.
I don't know whether I'm not searching it.
Yes, please.
It's on YouTube. You see Clara. Clara will help you.
Please, it's on YouTube.
Obed.
When you go to YouTube, just type the course code there on the search bar. If you type the course code there, you see the recorded audio there. Then you click on the relevant ones. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Any other? Okay. So we'll call it a day. Enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Same to you.
We'll meet God willing.
Enjoy yourself too, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
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 Hello, sir.
Hello, madam. So, if I can hear Doc well, he said quiz one is for unit 1 and unit 1 to 3.
Unit 1 to 3.
Okay. Thank you.
That'll help. Economy is very
Mike.
And the man will not take his time to teach us.
Brown Patonia with a tobo yesterday.
Michael.
What's your unit 1 to 3?
And I make a
yes, you need
from
Michael. For history.
And what about the lesson, the exams itself?
Exams in the all chapters.
Anna, second quiz, objective test and
Michael.
Next week near Bisano.
Okay, so 1 to 3.
Michael. Who is calling Michael?
Me, Clara.
Someone is calling me. Clara, how are you?
Please, I'm fine. Yesterday I called you. You didn't answer. I'll call you. Why?
Okay.
Hello, colleagues. It's next week our quiz. The quiz is in next
week. Next week is for practicals. That's what I think.
So we will go to
any science.
Not only home science.
It's next week. Online. Say and I say anything.
Some of the courses all courses there.
Mathematics, geography, they
Hello, colleagues.
Hello.
Yeah.
When me patrol. Who says say next week, Who say honey inti na ko person or chair some 2 topics be.
Time say
maybe it will be the same time like this.
On Sunday.
Yes.
Because yeah, me Sunday in time, mama me say be okay, yeah.
I better to set the time na this year.
Because the nature of one. So we as a daughter too much. We more.
Yeah.
Now, wash your cons so.
Mr. Opoku na say we dey ya chain. E konsi a ye hu no so ye hu na ati.
Wash your cons no.
E cons
na books baby do kan
fire no Mr. Peter no na e be set questions into me sure so be ye na change na bia sa.
E konsi na. Okay. And I can wanna ye ni na omo na be set questions ana.
Da baby o ho mo any omo.
Some of them have their HOD, so I think the HODs are going to be the
like the thematic geography, no?
Yes, thematic geography. Say,
I see that because with thematic geography, you say you have a connection.
And you're more bimo or more lecture. So much bimu assistant, I mean, lectures. But we to say anti economics. Me masters or chairman. Me only me pa me masters or chairman.
Element of geography so.
Element of physical geography. So you no never set it.
Sound.
Professor.
Oh no, one thing about him. Yeah, now I'm Ubia no Obemana feeling the call. For a very good. So better one day now I'm more feeling. Yes, I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. You're one child, no man, mother.
And one
Wesley College. One of the
second years for no more no got so more sa no more catch no so you good pa on my own fail leader.
Me say what me ade da me masters. Oh no, you be quiz. Page be ba obe kan say go and read here.
Okay.
Yes, now or the mouse.
Hello.
And ye
secondly, so I was say my future say oh be and allow past question very true. Because exam si bi you move be coach past question but kukure no one buy. No no one thing say who friend of football easy say the topics so we be heading. O say ka dey dey ba wo fa ne o ba kan kire o na o be pass it. O be pass it. Nti nyame bo a nyame be bibia.
Na e course na ngata ka say 3 days time I be cho quiz no.
Or my sample questions. Yeah,
okay. Areas.
Thank you. Please say be okay am on the beba. Please yen chain that day. If you are 3 days to time to the quiz no. Nangasa the beba na ya kokoshia na ya beba chro. That thing say yen chain.
Oh yeah, so but you will still wait for him to give us what he has.
Yes.
Until so yes, you're trying into now it's a hot train that be. You will learn and wait.
That's it, yeah.
Yes.
All right, we have next class into bye.
Bye.
Mipamucho. Holy child, Mipamucho. Mama we message into Edra. Holy child for takwade from Pacho, one books were around in Pacho, moon frame now or mom John books why. One of water crade, holy child for.
Okay, on him so right after here I'll call you.
Yes, after a way no my friend, Mamba Jim books why, Miss Rema, books were around. Okay, thank you.
We had wanted to call her, but we thought.
Namashu for many to moon and make it see you. I am a wash it. Hello, no be frame you.
Also, atumo a Bible. But I addition a Bible cover no fi ni a Bible. Ti na ti sisa no not me out. Sisa Mary. Ndi kan go from Dayila. Da yi ko gona. This pasa Rafael. We are request che ubetun dam sere. So visit it can check. Asari. I will not appear in when I see in about a business, a store upon it. Will not only. Okay. When you have better additional keys one more.
It's only two people there in the class.